over. And yeah, I actually disagree with you on times on the Ukrainian side because it's only for the short term when it comes to the freezing of the ground. In the overall picture of this war, time is not at all on the Ukrainian side because
No,
the Russians.
sorry, Joseph, or Herman, I didn't mean in the long run, of course. I mean in the couple of weeks ahead. You know, that's that Ukraine doesn't have to attack now because of the mud. That's that little time frame. Sorry, not on the long run, of course.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, they do the operations and also attack operations that are necessary that they have to do when it comes about Crimea today. But the Chuck Farah told us about the operations that are going on there. They're mostly not mechanized. That's a lot of infantry operations and what he knows best about in forested areas, and they simply need to happen right now. But they don't look like, oh, certainly an entire thing of an entire chunk of map is turning blue right now. That's not what those operations are gonna get you. They're just gonna get you to the point where you get your positions optimized and the enemy weakened to, when you eventually be able to take a strategically important town like Crimea or something like that. But let's say break through the line and the march 40 kilometers back there within 3 days with massive mechanized forces. Of course, that's not gonna happening before the ground freezes, and probably maybe not even until the snow melts and the mud is over again and the spring comes around. That's after the winter there will be a spring and will be also not be favorable for mechanized warfare again, and then will be a summer, and this will be a decisive year in 23. Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, absolutely, Herman. And if we're talking about time, when it comes to Russia's ability to sustain this illegal invasion and this thing they're doing, over time their economy will collapse. So over time, over the long term time, I think time is on Ukrainian side, Herman, regarding economy and industrial capability and stuff like that. Yeah, but absolutely, Ukraine should take advantage over the Russians right here and right now. And we all wish, that we could send some more good stuff to Ukraine, like the CV-90s and tanks and leopards and stuff. That's what we're fighting for, right? So that they can take advantage over the Russians. And thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of hundred leopards would be really great to shorten the war, to and the situation, to give all those peaceniks in Europe something else to think about. That would be a great thing to have to cut it off, because again, I disagree with you about the time is on Ukraine side. In the long term, time is also on the Russian side when the war is still going on, because if you, let's say, keep this war going for years and years and years, Russians simply outnumber Ukrainians by the sheer size of population. And even if they lose 3 Russians to 1 Ukrainian, and they have those ratios, they have more people they can sacrifice in this pointless wars of theirs. If they're stubborn enough, if the dictatorship is able to whip them into the trenches, they're gonna follow. We know they're not gonna rise up, and yeah, and that is certainly not something that we would like to see for Ukraine to have to go through, because that would mean they're going to be substantially weakened on their own side, because the war is also dragging on the Ukrainian economy, and you cannot build an economy in war times. So the Ukraine has what I'm trying to say, Ukraine has a more invested interest in peace than Russia does. And Russia knows that, and they want to have territory in exchange for that peace. And that is, of course, something that we cannot let them happen. and let them have, because if we give that to them, or if the Ukrainians are going to give them to that, then A, the Russians are going to try again in Ukraine, and B, it tells other people around the world, I mean, if you're just going to start a war and you're just going to be ruthless enough about it, in the end, there's something like territory coming out for you in the back end. It doesn't matter what happens in the war. In the long term, you always get to keep the territory, and that has to be avoided on our and on the representatives or the people who live in the freedom-loving democracies, and people who believe in sovereignty and the legality, and that is our interest. For Ukrainians, of course, is the interest is their own country. It's also the interest their own people, their own volunteers and soldiers and men and women. They go out there to fight that war, and they do that because they want it to be over. They want Russia to be defeated, Ukraine to be unified again, and to make sure that their own children don't have to fight the same war again in the future. This is a motivation I hear so many times all over from many Ukrainian soldiers and other races in Ukraine. They don't want this war to drag on into the generation of their children. And that's why they're fighting so hard for it, because they love their children. Edward.
I think we just talk about different things, Herman. I'm sorry. I'm completely with you. Of course, everything you say makes sense, and I was just talking about the big picture of the Russian capability. That's what I was talking about. Not, of course, we need this war to end as soon as possible, and it's a shame. It's a shame that we cannot do more. It's a big shame. I'm ashamed of my government, and I guess many of you are ashamed of your government's actions or inactions, so to speak. So, of course, Herman, of course, if we, the strange thing is, right, that if we in the West decided to end this war, we could end it in 3 days, or something like that. And so this is madness. What is happening is madness. Scholz not releasing Leopards is madness. We not sending CV90s is madness. And it's a shame. It's really a shame. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel where you're coming from, and yeah, I get it. And there has been a lot of criticism, and sometimes also unfair criticism on Western countries, because the West has given a lot of stuff, and also Germany has given a lot of stuff that the people are not really talking about. I mean, they're giving artillery, they're giving light vehicles, bridge laying equipment, anti-tank mines that the Ukrainians really love, from what I hear, and other anti-tank weapons, medical supplies, communications, anti-air defense, the IRIS-Ts. I mean, they're giving them stuff. They just didn't give them tanks. And I know the CV90s are great, and then you guys really want your government to give them. I mean, I want my government just to take all the old Western military equipment, the mortars, they're standing around, they're not doing anything, not even the Bundeswehr needs themselves, and give those to Ukraine, because there are hundreds of them. They're just doing nothing but catching dust. And that is like the big problem when you're from Germany. When from Germany and you're looking at that and said, why not that? I mean, the CV90s and your military can actually still use them. The mortars, they are supposed to be replaced anyway. So why we are not giving those? That's it's quite hurtful. But yeah, just to summarize, Western nations have been given enough. We are hoping that the Swedish government is doing it wisely, like the Norwegians or the Finnish people. They're just giving stuff and never acknowledge that. And at one point, we see footages of some archers crawling through the bushes in Ukraine, and everybody asks, "How did that one come here?" And then suddenly, oops, yeah, we gave it to them. And that is the wise thing to do. And I really hope that the EU government is choosing that route.
Yeah.
Dave Gillespie.
Yes, I'm to go along with what Edward said, that I'm pretty ashamed of my government. The U.S. with this could be over in a few days if the U.S. had given them some F-16s at the beginning. I think I mean, they need air superiority to really knock the Russians completely out, and that's all they're lacking. So why don't we give them F-16s?
Yeah, it was a complicated answer to that one. So, for one, that there might be the same considerations why the Germans don't give them Leopard 2s, because they're like, if you give a warfaring party a system like that, that is like not twice or three times, but let's say 20 times as good as the opponents, that might actually color back on you in a way that you don't want, because that would kind of like put you into the picture you are too much invested in the war that you should be as a third party. So that is a political reason, which I don't really follow, which I cannot make sense of. But apparently, that is from what people have been telling me. On the other hand, it's also quite a commitment to give F-16s to Ukrainians, because it's not just like giving them airplanes. There's a whole train of logistics, weapon systems, fueling systems, all the pieces that need to be replaced, all the bolts and nuts that Ukrainians are not having, the hydraulics and the know-how of dealing with them. I assume Ukrainian technicians are already trained on the mechanics of the F-16, how to maintain them, because it's really the hard job. I mean, flying those things takes a while to learn, a couple of weeks, months perhaps. Some people said maybe a year. Other people say Ukrainians do that in 6 weeks if they're motivated to do that. And yeah, let it be true, but you still need to train the ground crews, those people who refuel them, who repair them, who need to hook the weapon system on the wings. And that it takes also quite a while, and maybe it's happening in the background. We don't know. Perhaps I would love that to be true, but yeah. So just giving them F-16s back then in February, that wouldn't have worked. They would be quite effective by now if we would have given them back then. But yeah, that's simply now how that happened in the past, unfortunately. And the same is true for the Leopards or other military equipment that has not been given. Edward.
Yeah, thank you, Herman. I of course I mean when it comes to more heavy military equipment, I know the West has helped Ukraine a lot, and I know my government has sent just recently, a big package of winter gears and stuff, and good stuff. I know it's good stuff, and that's good. And I'm not ashamed of that, of course. I'm not ashamed of. I wish we could send the Archers and the CV90s and stuff like that as well. And hopefully, we're at least training Ukrainians on the systems, right? We can hope that that's going on behind the scenes, so to speak. And maybe some Ukrainian pilots are in Sweden as well. Let's hope for that, and they can train on the Gripen, right? That would be good, but that's just wishful thinking, of course. And as you said, Herman, the politics is actually it is about fear, right? So the politicians in the West, they make their decisions on fear. I have said it before here in this space, and that's not the way to do it. But it's understandable, so to speak. We can understand why, because we don't want it to escalate, of course. But yeah, it's frustrating. But it's evolving from fear, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're right. It's fear, opinion polls, and the fear that is oozing out of opinion polls. That is unfortunately a major concern for the politicians. And well, I mean, face it, it's maybe also not such a bad thing, because when you politician, you want to deal with the things that are dear to your people's heart, things that your people are concerned about, and fear is a factor in that, and they recognize that that is part of their profession. They are, to me, completely not understandable modus operandi, what politicians do. But yeah, it's a central component in it, that the human emotions and all that. Marrying the F-16 question from Dave to your talking point about weapon supply from Sweden. And there's been several voices recently saying that the Swedish fighter planes would actually be much better suited for the needs that Ukrainians have right now than the F-16, given their lighter logistical footprint and a couple of other items. Is this something that you can tell us about the current jet fighters that the Swedish Air Force is using?
I can tell you some about it. The thing is with the Gripen, it's a fairly light and easy maintained aircraft, right? It was actually constructed so that we could have conscripts maintaining and doing the maintenance on the airframe, and so it's constructed in a way so that it should be easy to take care of, right? It's also quite rough, so it was also built to take off from roads and stuff like that, which is an old Swedish tradition, you know, when it comes to fighting jets. And so, for instance, in Sweden we have these wide roads where that could be used for taking off and landing with the Gripen. So actually, I also think that the Gripen would be a better suited airframe for the Ukrainians. It is also, from what I've heard, I'm not an expert, but looking into a lot of YouTube videos and listening to pilots, it's also an easy aircraft to learn to fly, right? It's an easy peasy thing to. I think the F-16 is pretty easy to fly as well, but I think the whole chain behind the maintenance, the stuff is easier with the Gripen. So it would suit Ukraine very well from that regard, I think. The only disadvantage that Axel on this forum often points out is that it's loud. Yeah, it's very loud, and I can tell from experience because they train above my house dogfighting with the Gripen, and it is very, very loud. But that's the only drawback that Axel sees anyway. So, and I think Ukraine could live with a loud engine, so to speak. And I know a couple of people here have said, yeah, it's an American engine, right? But it is actually reconstructed by Volvo Aero in Sweden. So it's not completely an American engine. It is reconstructed by the Swedes. So yeah, it would be, and it's also compatible with a lot of different weapon systems, right? So that's a short, in short term.
Excellent. I'm very gracious with that. So you know, and this time of the day, wherever you live on the planet, and you're a military expert, you're currently tucked in your bed, or you're very grumpy trying to squeeze the coffee out of your machine, and you're not here up in the space. So, so in those hours right now, whatever the time is for you right now, this is the worst time to have actually a military expert conversation here on MriyaReport, just because all the guys that come up here, they are not here. And I would like to point out that those F-16 engines, they're also not really quiet, and I know that because 2.5 kilometers down from my high school, there was a very noticeable bridge over a river, and the American Air Force used them for target practice for the training missions to first they aimed at our school, and then they aimed at the bridge, and then we flew home to the base and they checked if they did it right. So, yeah, very naive way of talking about Air Force training missions. And yeah, we had our fair share of low flying F-16s over my school building while I'm trying to study geography and math. Edward, since you have your hand up, before you say your piece, can you please maybe, if you have the information, tell us how many of those Griffin in the Sweden actually have available that they could spare, or if they're changing to a different platform, how many do they have overall that could be given away and that's exchanged to, I don't know, F-35 or something else?
Yeah, maybe then John can correct me now if I say the wrong numbers, but if you Google how many Gripens Sweden have, I think we have somewhere around 90 Gripens, give and take 5 plus minus. I'm not really sure, but there's two variants, right? There is this old frame, and there is this which I don't know if they are flying right now, and we also have this C/D frame, which is pretty new, I guess, and we have another one developing, right? The Gripen E, which is also co-developing by Embraer, I think, the Brazilian air company. And someone here in the space said that yeah, there is a switch out now between these older systems to the newer. So there should be when we take this Gripen E into service, there should be CDs, the CD variants coming and coming loose, so to say. So that could be a swap. I think. I have to say, Herman, I don't know how many airframes Sweden could, so to say, give up or sell, because I know from a Swedish point of view, we have just recently tried to build out our air force. So we were down to like 3 air bases from I think we had 10 or something in the Cold War era. You know, the Swedish Air Force was famous for having many planes and to be technically advanced, but since the fall of the Soviet Union, we kind of downgraded it a lot, and now we're trying to build it up again. So I don't know how many we can spare, actually. Maybe then John knows more, or some other Swede here.
Yeah, then John is coming up right away. You caught the devil on the floor. Then John, good morning.
Good morning, Herman, and everyone else.
Take it away.
Yeah, I just heard my name being called. So and I heard some of the discussion, not all of it.
Griffin fighters from Sweden. Swedish Griffin fighters.
Yeah.
How many are available? Are they going to be replaced soon?
Yeah, and, I think that's ongoing. I think there's. I heard a number there from Edward. I just checked here. It's 96 apparently in operation, and since beginning of this year, I think the Gripen E is being delivered. So possibly planes are swapped. I don't know how it works, but since beginning of this year, I think they start delivering the latest model. So
So speaking of the Griffin, can you give our listeners perhaps an assessment? Are they closer to the MiG-29 that Ukraine has, or the MiG-25s?
Are you really asking the wrong person? But from my understanding, it's a more modern plane than the MiGs currently available. Are you talking about the CD or?
No, what the role is. This is more like a fighter, like an air-to-air, or an air-to-ground
Well,
role.
the Gripen does all. It does air-to-air, air-to-ground, and recognizance. So it's a multi-role.
It's kind of like what a Tornado was supposed to be.
Yeah, probably yes. And then another thing about the availability. Actually, that's what I heard here on the space. I also read a little bit about it that Sweden has some kind of agreement with Finland to be of assistance in case with any Air Force assets. So yeah, I think it's a little bit complicated question whether Sweden could provide those or not. I think there's more to it than just the number of planes available.
It's also not really. I mean, it's not really the role that we see here for Sweden in terms of supply to Ukraine. I mean, we're all hoping for the CV90s, and that's probably and the Archers. I think that's what Sweden can really contribute. That makes the most value. That adds the most value to the assets for the Ukrainians, because that is ground warfare what they need, and the air picture they can control. With their air defense systems for the best part. I mean, at least they have the effort and the assets to contest the airspace well enough. And on the ground, there's a lot of things that can be done. And maybe just leave the airframes to the Americans and leave the armored vehicles on the ground to the Europeans. So if the Germans can throw in maybe, I don't know, 150 Leopard 2s, and the Swedish can throw in, I don't know, 150 CV90s, that would be great. All right, I need to make a quick announcement. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm terribly tired. I had a long day, and fortunately, we have some Europeans coming up to replace us. I would like to wish everybody a great day, a good sleep. And yeah, I would wish all Ukrainian soldiers the best on the battlefield, and that they make it home to base, and that they can drive out the evil that has been infecting the country for such a long time. Slava Ukraine.
Heroim Slava, Herm, and yeah, don't worry, I will take over until the Europeans arrive, buddy. Thanks as always for your help. I believe Edvard, you had something you wanted to add on this topic of fighters. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So first off, I want to say I laughed a lot yesterday, Joseph. You're very funny when you're talking about Russia as being trapped in a bear trap. It was hilarious, really. So I gotta give you that. I laughed like that. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. As Dan John said, right. Sweden has this. Sweden and Finland has this defense work together, and if Finland was to be invaded, then the Swedish Air Force would, of course, come to Finland as well. So that's the thing, right? So this is probably for the future of Ukraine Air Force development. Probably it's something I know that Ukraine has said they're looking at, right? They're looking at the F-16 or the Gripen or so, but it's probably for the future as of now. It's just wishful thinking from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Edvard. Yeah, it's always an interesting topic to discuss. What I think that because it's obvious that Ukraine is going to need a future airframe that's not the MiG, right? I mean that's obvious to everyone. But as you said, it's kind of a long-term thing. But so it's always an interesting topic to ask, what is the best choice? What is available? What is kind of adapted to the type of war they're fighting and so forth. And yeah, it's always an interesting discussion. But before Herm goes to bed, Herm, I did have one question for you there, buddy. He's not. He's just up as speaker. Oh, well. I've got Doman here. Doman's still a little sick from what
Just
I'm
a little
hearing.
bit.
I'm hoping
it's okay. I'm
Just
here
a
for
little.
the next 6 hours before a multitude of guests, which will get announced momentarily.
That's right, Doman. Well, I was going to ask Herm, oh, here he comes. Herm, have you been to Mexico lately? Have you been down south of the border?
Joseph, I have never been to Mexico.
Really? That kind of surprised me because you're in Southern California. You never went down?
Well, I think I still have 23 states to go before I'm ready to go to Canada or Mexico.
Fair enough, buddy. Well, if you ever wonder, what's going on politically down there in terms of the Russian invasion of Ukraine down in Latin America, because we got a segment, Herm. We got a segment coming up with three very esteemed professors. It's called The Russian Invasion of Ukraine, Seen from Latin America. We're going to have three experts in Latin American and post-Soviet studies discuss patterns of support for Russia and Ukraine in different countries and the region's intellectual and diplomatic engagement with the post-Soviet region. So we are going to have a fairly extensive discussion with some pretty knowledgeable folks, three professors total, on basically, the relations between Latin American countries and Ukraine and Russia since the invasion. What do you think about all that?
I think that sounds really fantastic, and not just the topic, but just totally amazing to me. I never even thought about that, but also because it indicates to me that I actually be awake at the time when an interview happens and I can listen to it. It's not just European interviews when I'm sleeping.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's at 9 Eastern time. And so, yeah, that's in about 6 hours, I think, if I did the math right. So, yeah, it's looking forward to it. And we got a whole bunch of other speakers, as Doman said. We'll talk about that shortly. But I just want to ask you that, Herm, because I know you're in Southern California. I thought it was the best intro I could come up with to plug the Latin America segment. So we got a lot of hands. I believe the order is lunchtime, Giannis, Carl. So lunchtime, please go ahead.
Hey, Joseph. So morning. Oh, and Domin as well. Morning. So, Joseph, they promoted you. You're now co-host. The last time I sort of heard you speak, they were keeping you in reserve, so to speak. So congratulations are in order, I guess.
I've been in strategic reserve for a while. I do things on the back end now. It's all for the cause. It's whether I'm in the front end or the back end, working with the L's to deliver great products. Doman, what's up?
Do you want to know the truth? Well, Barumus has been apprenticing Joseph as an honorary Canadian to help him guard the strategic maple syrup reserves. That's what Joseph says when he says that he was in the strategic reserves.
Good Lord. Well, that is a position of extremely high responsibility, Joseph. Don't mess it up. Now, I woke up this morning to an absolutely massive fire in Moscow. It seems to be some sort of shopping mall. Some sort of shopping mall. Well, it's an ex-shopping mall, I guess. But it's absolutely a huge fire. I mean, it's incredible to me that this is going on. I guess, I don't know. Have you seen it? What do you think? Do you think it's yet another careless smoker? There seems to be such a lot of them in Russia these days.
So I guess I would say there's two possibilities, right? So I would say first, let's eliminate one possibility. It seems very unlikely that Ukraine or any kind of, free Russia group did this. I don't really see the angle there. So that leaves, I would say, two suspects. One, malice. I guess the FSB maybe did it to, create some kind of terror or some kind of political objective. It sounds absurd, but I mean, the FSB has done this before. I mean, it's historical record. They've intentionally, bombed and killed their own population in order to drum up support for a war or for other domestic measures. So that's one possibility, is the FSB up to FSB stuff. That said, to me, I mean, that seems a little bit crazy. Like, it doesn't seem like the best target for the FSB if that was like what they wanted to do, but whatever, I'll put it out there as a possibility, sure. And then the other is from malice is incompetence. It's definitely true that Russia has, without regard for how their society functions, kidnapped a bunch of military age men and some who aren't even military age, really, and thrown them into the meat grinder of Ukraine. And then in addition to the men they actually kidnapped and threw into Ukraine, a large number of men also fled the country in order to not be thrown into the meat grinder of Ukraine. So what that means is there's just a huge gap in knowledgeable, engineers, especially, who can do this stuff, because those guys were the first people that got kidnapped and sent to Ukraine. Oh, he's an engineer. We need him down in Ukraine. So, I think that, to me, that seems like the most likely explanation, is just that Russia doesn't have the personnel to properly maintain heating facilities and other thermal power plants and other things like that. And, it's just as a result, the infrastructure gets neglected, there are accidents, and then there are explosions and fires and things. I mean, Doman, what do you think about all that?
I don't know how the sampling works on this. I really fear that we are over confident that there's now more fires. I think this is just the Russia amount of fires, very probably. I mean, they were always known for awful industrial safety, right? And yeah, it is what it is. This is just the Russian normal. Okay, the heating breaking down, I mean, that's normal as well. It's just not normal at these levels, right? And that's because we know why that's happening. It's because they conscripted all of the municipal workers in some cities, because the local governor had some quota to fill, and those guys he knew where to find, because they came to work every morning at the municipal buildings, right? So that's easy. I think beyond that, the Russian fires, I mean, do you think they conscripted all the workplace health and safety officers? Or do you think it's more likely they never had the workplace health and safety officers? Or where they did have them, they weren't really doing their job, or weren't allowed to do their job, or didn't really care to do their job because they had other priorities in life? I think that's the much more likely explanation. It's just that we're all looking at Russia now much more than we were looking at Russia last year, or the year before, or the year before that, or the year before that. And maybe Yanis is an exception because he can see Russia from his house, right? But I think this is just normal that Russia has industrial fires. Because I know last time I was looking at Russia a lot, they kept having industrial fires. Twitter just wasn't as widespread, and Telegram wasn't really a thing as much, and they just didn't get as widely reported. But Russian factory on fire, no surprise.
Sorry, I have to say I love the idea of Russian health and safety experts. That just that's just a comedy skit waiting to be written, really. But yes, you're quite right. I mean, it's very difficult to know if this is just normal for Russia. But I have to say I feel like it isn't really normal for like an entire shopping. I mean, it's absolutely spectacular, and like, while I can understand an oil refinery going up in like huge amounts of flames because, well, there's lots of oil around, right? And as far as I know, that's how it works. It's extremely flammable. But a shopping center, I mean, it really does look quite incredible. But anyway, there we go. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I'm going to go and have some coffee and start the day. Thanks.
Thank you, lunchtime. Question for you, Yanis. Does Russia keep having lots of fires, whether it's invading Ukraine or not? What do you reckon?
No, this hobby is a home improvement store, so there is lots burning stuff. About these fires, do you know what is like very popular reason for such fires in Russia? There is even a very famous and old comedy movie in Russia.
Is it
called,
insurance?
No. Insurance was not a thing in Soviet times, and they keep living it. But there was a movie called Operation U. Yeah, it's like Russian letter. Yeah, not from our alphabet, but they just use such stuff to cover mass stealing, like they do it before audit. Yeah. So when there was like state-run warehouses, and you know that some audit is coming, they just recruit 3 criminals to burn it down and to cover stealing. Yeah, and I believe that some of those fires in do you remember this fire in Institute where they developed this? Yeah. So there was a speculation that the guys are covering up and those oil depots and etc. So it can be as a thing also. So just to cover that lot of stuff is missing from the warehouses that should be there. So yeah.
Were people in the mall? No, it was nighttime, right?
I don't know.
I guess it doesn't matter. Or in Russia, I don't know.
Yeah, but when I came up, I have a question on this fighter jets. So actually, two.
Go for it.
I know that. Is it true that Sweden is leasing these Gripens to Hungary? This is question number one, and if it's true that maybe they can be released somehow because you know the Hungary stuff. And the second question is what the Lend Lease may provide to Ukraine in this for this fighter jet stuff, because as I understand that they basically have availability to have anything except what was this quote? Nuclear weapons and aircraft carriers. So everything else is available. So maybe this is what Ukrainians are waiting for. Yeah, thank you.
So I'll answer the Lend-Lease bit. So the Lend-Lease is complicated because it's designed kind of as a backstop. So in the case that the Congress would stop allowing the president to send whatever the president decides to send through appropriations, it's kind of a backstop that allows the executive branch to send stuff, regardless of the legislative branch, whatever the legislative branch says going forward, right? That was kind of the point of the law. So in case, back in May or whenever this was passed, the Democrats that held all three, both House, the Senate, and the presidency, said, you know what, just in case anybody changes their mind, we're going to book this one for solid so that the executive branch, which isn't going to be changing for sure in the next couple of years, can just decide to send whatever they want to send. And that's what they did. For now, the appropriations are still, going fine. There was just a new one for, I think, 37 billion. I think that ended up passing. So there's really no need to start it yet. The other component is, unlike the appropriations need to declare things, both to Congress quite specifically and publicly less specifically, the Lend-Lease doesn't, because of the way it's structured. Certainly not immediately. So it might be that they've been sending stuff through the Lend-Lease without notifying people publicly, but more likely it's just the case that it's going to be things that won't be declared until we see them in theater and being used, and then they'll be like, yeah, we just didn't have to declare them publicly yet. But now you see that they're there, so what's the problem? So that's the additional complicating factor there. Just wanted to clarify that one. It's an interesting situation for sure. Hopefully, now the thing about the Lend-Lease is it has a lot of capacity to send Ukraine most anything, including F-16s, including tanks, I'm pretty sure. But what's a lot more interesting is all of this stuff that came out from the FDP head of the Bundestag Defense Select Committee, Strack-Zimmermann, about the comments from both the US and from her about what the US thinks about Germany sending Leopards. And that seems like a much more, actionable thing to do for various reasons that we've gone through endlessly. And honestly, I'm not very good at tanks, so I'll leave to someone else to pick up on when they're around, be it Dax or Braver or whomever. But basically, Leopards are nearby, very useful, very well suited to the particular environment. And the US doesn't seem to have any problems with Germany sending them, so they should probably get the hint and go ahead and feed the Leopards. So that's my comments on that. As to Hungary and leasing planes from Sweden, that is true. So I don't know how the contract looks like. My understanding is they initially said that they initially had wanted to buy them and then said, no, we're not going to buy them, we're going to lease them instead. I think they've now extended the lease substantially. Again, I don't think that Sweden can get them back somehow and reroute them to Ukraine. But somebody else who actually has some familiarity with the contract structure would have to comment on that. If only we had some Swedes. Where did the Swedes go? We lose all the Swedes in the last 5 minutes. It's really a shame. Until we get some Swedes, Yanis, I hope that's as good as I can give it. That's for sure.
We're out of Swedes, Doman. Sorry.
We're Swedeless. Right, Dave, go ahead.
Well, my great grandmother's Swedish, so I guess I've got a little bit in me. I had a couple technical questions. I've heard people talking about listening on Telegram channels and things. Is there a list of these Telegram channels that I can use to listen in on? And the second question is, I've also heard people talk about dropping down from being a speaker to a listener, and I can't figure out a way to do that on my phone without leaving the space and then rejoining.
Okay, I can help you with the latter first. If you click your avatar here, when you see the grid of avatars, it should give you an option that says either switch to listening, something like that. If it doesn't give you that option, there should be 3 dots somewhere in the corner. If you click that, that should give you an option as well. I know there are some people on certain versions of Android that don't have that option, and then yes, you are just left with leaving the space and coming back. So there's a chance that there is indeed no way for you to do it, but there's very few of you.
Yeah, I don't have the 3 dots, so I guess I've got a outdated Android.
Maybe. I mean, it's a bit of a random chance, really. I think more than anything else. As to Telegram, I don't use it because anything that's important enough will percolate through Twitter anyway, or through other means. And I don't have the time, nor do I hate myself enough to go and search things out. You don't listen in as much as read. It's kind of like that part of Telegram is kind of like a blogging website where you subscribe to various blogs on that, like you know how Blogspot used to be, right? Or I mean, I guess it still is, and you can subscribe to various blogs on the blog post and on the Blogspot, and then read them whenever they publish stuff. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like an intermediate between Twitter and that. It's more long form than that, but more rarely posted. People subscribe to certain posters, I guess.
I've used Telegram for a while.
Okay, well, very well. Sorry, because you said listen in. That's why I was confused.
Well, sorry.
I was just going to say, Doman, in our team, I would say the true Telegram connoisseur is Artois. He's the one that seems to know most about what's going on Telegram. I think he's ever made any kind of list. Maybe I'll ask him if there's one that he could make of like official accounts, because there are a lot of like actual like Ukrainian government Telegram channels that are pretty relevant. And yeah, maybe, but I'll say this, like a lot of the stuff on Telegram that is relevant to the war, like you don't want to subscribe to it. Like there's some people who go through it all. It's very tedious, and some of it's kind of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, disturbing, or it's not fun to watch, except for people who are really, interested in analyzing it, I guess. So I would say leave it to the experts or what have you. But I think there might be some utility in like an official, like a list of official Telegram accounts that are maybe worth following. What do you think, Domin?
Yeah, maybe that can be a useful thing to do. But again, stuff just does get through other means within minutes to maybe half an hour to an hour. Anything that's especially official, important, interesting. So you don't desperately need to do that. But if you want to, that's definitely an option for you, undoubtedly. There's lots of city by city or oblast by oblast ones. For Kherson Oblast, for Kharkiv Oblast, for Donetsk Oblast, and so on. So that can be quite interesting. But again, the interesting parts of it, they percolate through to Twitter really quickly anyway. And it's really up to you what you want to do. I think a list would be interesting, Joseph, of the open ones, right? Because some are closed, and I don't know how people burrow their way into those. I don't really care either. It's up to them.
Well, that'd be very helpful. See, I'm a scientist. I like very granular data. I like to see the raw data, which in this case I think is mostly on Telegram. As you said, it gets filtered up into Twitter, but it's just my natural tendency to go for the raw data and then start and go, then trace it back.
So Domin, as I mentioned, in about 5.5 hours, we've got our segment on Latin America coming up. I think it's just going to be quite interesting, a little like a departure from our typical stuff, but I think it's an interesting topic. It's definitely relevant, right? I mean, there are Latin American countries that could meaningfully help or have meaningfully helped. That maybe understanding their diplomatic relations with both Ukraine and Russia might be useful. So again, that's in about 5.5 hours. We've had Professor Light on before. He's a professor of post-Soviet studies, as far as I understand. Really nice guy. He helped co-host, I think, last weekend. But Domin, we have some other guest speakers coming up, right? I know Ben has someone coming in, and is there also some people in addition to that?
Yeah. So I'll put it this way: at 11:30 Eastern, which is 16:30 UTC, 17:30 Central Europe, 18:30 Kiev, we'll be joined by Tomasz Wostowski, who's he's a Polish lawyer, a sanctions expert. Works in Brussels, I think, and he's been focusing very heavily on exactly what EU sanctions specifically, but they tend to be very coordinated with America, G7, etc. Anyway, how they're structured, what they mean, how they're developing, and he was with us a few weeks ago, 4 weeks ago or so, and he's going to be expanding on sanctions, news regarding sanctions against Russia, etc.
Do you think Ben has an unhealthy obsession with sanctions, Domin?
No, I think he has a very healthy obsession with sanctions because it's very healthy, because this way I don't have to have an obsession with sanctions. I can just ask them. It's healthy for me.
That's true.
And then an hour later, which is at, what is this? At 12:30 Eastern. That's 17:30 London/UTC, 18:13 Central Europe, 19:30 Kiev, will be joined by Lieutenant Colonel Rip Rawlings, who just testified, I believe, in front of the Helsinki Commission. Of course, Riprollings of Ripley's Heroes, one of the organizations that have featured several times here on the Maria Report, who do a wonderful job supporting frontline forces in Ukraine with stuff that they need. So a very packed schedule today. So first at, 9 a.m. Eastern with Professor Light and his colleagues from Latin America. Then at 11:30 Eastern, Tomasz Rostowski, Polish lawyer on sanctions, and then Lieutenant Colonel Riprollings an hour after that at 12:30 Eastern. I'm very excited to listen to all of those. It will be absolutely fantastic. Dave, on your previous point, I've got a quick question for you. So, how good is your Russian and or Ukrainian?
Not good at all. I just rely on Google Translate.
So here I'd say I don't know how much you get, in terms of the raw data out of it, even if you try, because so much of the, especially non-official channels, and the official channels don't really matter anyway, right? Because they'll be translated by an official translator and published on a website, on official Twitter channels, etc. Anyway, right? But anything else is so full of things that, I mean, my Russian isn't great, but I understand it somewhat well. And I know that a lot of the time, the machine translation is just awful and is missing out on a ton of nuance and a ton of this dialectical speech or jargon. And I just don't know how raw the data you end up getting is, and how confounded it is really with errors of machine translation of non-formal speech.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of works, Delman. I mean, I think our group, they do use Telegram to some extent. It's a big time sink, and it can. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know, you can't unsee some of the stuff you're going to see on Telegram, buddy. That's the only way I can put it. And just be careful, like, what you subscribe to and what you're interested in. And like Doman said, I mean, you can translate all that stuff, but you could very easily walk into the wrong bar in Telegram and see some stuff you can't unsee if you catch my drift. That's I guess I'll leave it at that. I think personally, I leave it to the experts myself. And like Doman, I'm also a student of Russian, a terrible student. But I think that there might be some utility to the official accounts and things. I don't want to make Telegram sound like it's a completely alien, scary thing. I'm sure there's people who use it for totally normal, non-war related stuff. So I don't know. That's my hot take, Doman.
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely, Dave.
Yeah, I've been using Telegram for several years with various groups, so I'm very familiar with the dark recesses that you can stumble into there.
Right. Thank you, Dave. More of these videos are emerging of the giant fire in Moscow, which seemed to have happened earlier today. But it isn't just the fire. I mean, this is tantamount to an explosion, in part at least. And now this could be gas pipeline exploding, because I would suspect a shopping center like this would probably have gas powered heating. And if there's any gas in there, that would probably be the reason why. But basically, the whole side of it just blows up in a matter of a second or so.
Yeah, that's why when you said it was normal, I was like, I don't think so. I don't think malls would blow up like that.
But you know what I meant. Oh yeah, it was a home improvement store. Why was Obi still operating in
It's up. Was
Russia?
It Furniture City?
No, it's called Obi. It's a German, I think, German home improvement store. It's kind of equivalent to it's kind of equivalent to a Home Depot kind of thing. So it's not Furniture City. It's where you get your 2x4s and your screws and some light fixtures, but mostly the more home improvementy stuff. DIY type things. Yeah, tools, I guess, as well. Well, maybe they weren't operating. I won't say they were necessarily operating. Just nobody took down the signage necessarily. Either way, they were there, and the side of the mall exploded. So that's interesting, I think, in itself. Right? Yeah, it is a little bit different than usual. Good job, I guess. Good job.
Yeah, I think gas leak. I mean, that seems to me to be the most reasonable explanation. Dillman.
It's very plausible, isn't it? It's eminently plausible. In a home improvement store, I mean, they're going to have tons of stuff that's flammable as well. Wood, more wood. I'm sure there's other things, some solvent, right?
Paint.
Exactly. Plenty of things that can catch on fire. Wow, glorious. So it's called Mega Chimki. Okay, I wonder if they're connected with the sports club. Anyway, Daniel, go ahead.
I heard there were some questions about Gripens, and you requested for Swede. Now, I'm no expert, but I'm relatively sort of a flight nerd and have been.
But you're relatively Swedish.
Yeah, I'm relatively Swedish. But I didn't really catch the question, to be honest. So if you could repeat it, maybe I can answer.
Question earlier from Yes, who is, I think, still listening, was, is Hungary leasing 14 Gripens or 12 Gripens or whatever it is from Sweden? And is there any way for Sweden to maybe get those back early and reroute them to a neighbor of Hungary? I think that was the question. I'm pretty sure that that's a no. But if you happen to know anything more about the details, I'd be quite curious.
No, well, I don't know if I agree with you that it's probably very much a no. It was actually extended, I think, this year until at least 2026. So I doubt that would be something that they can recall. And I also doubt that that would be something that they want to recall, because that would be very bad optics, recalling aircrafts from a customer. What I was thinking a little bit about is that there is probably some sort of restriction to what is possible to do with the Gripen when it comes to Ukraine, because there are not that many Gripens available. I checked a little bit on Wikipedia, and it says that it's somewhere around 300 built totally, which I feel a little bit doubtful about, because I remember, if I recall it correctly, the calculations was that if we built 220 Gripens from the start, it would be cheaper than buying something from abroad. So they ordered something like 221 or something like that. And so far as I know, most of the Gripens that are not in Sweden are actually ex-Swedish aircrafts that has either been refurbished or rebuilt. I think actually the only ones that have been built specifically for export is those that ended up in South Africa. So the ones in Hungary and in the Czech Republic and in Thailand are actually old Swedish ones that has been refurbished, and I think also upgraded, because the first AB variant was I don't think it's actually used anywhere anymore. So all those something around 70 aircrafts in the Swedish Air Force are either from the batch of those built as CD versions, or it's refurbished ABs. And I know that those in Hungary are actually previously built as ABs that has been upgraded. I don't know if that answered any questions, though.
No, that makes sense. I will say, even a relatively small number, seeing the relatively low intensity of the air war, could make quite a big difference, right? Especially since they're fully integrated with all manner of Western-designed ordnance, including some very long-range air-to-air missiles. They could make a really big difference in that respect. It wouldn't win the war in any way, absolutely. A dozen or 2 dozen, certainly not. But it could make a big difference. And when we've been talking to, exactly right, and when we've been talking to people like Carlos, who's a fighter pilot rated on like 4 types of airframes right now, I think. He was saying that it's not about winning the war, but it's about making a big difference, and it would substantially suppress whatever remaining activity there is of the Russian Air Force over Ukraine or near Ukraine, or over occupied territories, and they're very well suited for the environment. They're very well suited for operating off of not runways, off of highways. They're very well suited to being ground serviced by people who aren't very extensively trained. Right? Somebody was saying one professional and 5 conscripts can turn around the plane. Like that is fantastic, right? That really is a testament to a very particular set of design specifications.
The philosophy from the start, I mean, that's something that they even had built into the older Viggen aircraft, was to have it very modular in design, so that you just pull something out and exchange it. You don't sort of you don't repair it in place. And even I think an engine change can be done in like an hour or something. So it's really, really easy to maintain. Yes.
Yeah, exactly, and being able to land literally anywhere at any time, and all of that makes a big just makes it really useful in the context that it has to be useful in, and that is very much a good thing, right? It's really about that. Now, I think that 100, 200 CV90s would probably have just as much, if not even a bigger effect on how the war goes on.
Yeah, and they would probably be easier to integrate also, because even though an aircraft like is easy to handle both from the pilot perspective and from maintenance perspective, it is still a quite big thing to integrate in a new Air Force. So I think the CV90 would be easier to just hand over and make it work from the get-go.
I concur. It would be very quick to be fully integrated into what Ukraine is using them for already. No question about that. I mean, I would say plug and play. It's not quite that, but it's a very, very high quality. It's a very high quality IAV that's easy to manage, and it's not that different in how it's going to be used, or how it would be going to be used compared to how they're using their various BMPs and BTRs and the like. So.
Yeah, I actually, when I'm here, I did some research on the Archer system. It's quite interesting if you're interested to hear about the history and why it is the way it is when it comes to the numbers.
Go for it.
It actually began in the 60s when Sweden had a French artillery system, 155 millimeter, and that they needed to replace, because the only other artillery systems we had was bandkanon, which is a tracked, self-propelled artillery, and I think we had something like 25 of those or something. So that would leave Sweden with very few artillery cannons. So they decided to build something by their own, and they came up with the Haubits 77. I think we had quite a lot of them. Well, not huge numbers, but it's something like 250 or something. And it was a good one. And then they exported it. They wanted to export it, and they got in contract with India, which then later also had a sort of a big bribing scandal. So today, actually, it's still a problem for India buying artillery because of this, and the company Bofors has sort of the name Bofors has been synonymous with bribing and corruption. So it's crippled India very much about that. But the version that they sold to India was an upgraded version called Haubits 77B. And because of this scandal, they had, I think it was like 50 cannons that were never delivered to India. So the Swedish army said that, okay, we'll buy those. And it was a better howitz, a better gun than the older version, the howitz 77. And that one is actually parts from those, or rather the whole, all those guns have then been more or less renovated into the Archer system. So the old howitz 77 was scrapped. So those, as far as I know, don't exist even in storage anymore. And the later version was then used to build the Archers. The Archer project was actually a renovation project from the start, which then became sort of a new gun. And it was actually deemed that it was much cheaper than buying something else. They actually looked at the German, what is called this Howitz Kanonwagen 2000 or whatever it is called. And they said something like this would be 5 times cheaper to maintain than the German alternative. But the problem was that they
the logic being that it's on a truck, right? That was the logic why it's cheaper to maintain.
Probably, but that meant that when they started to modify these, Sweden didn't actually have very many artillery cannons. At one stage, I think we had more generals in the army than we had guns, which says a lot. So we have a real deficiency of artillery in Sweden. So those guns went into building the new ones for Sweden and Norway. And then when Norway said that they withdrew from the project, Sweden decided to buy those. So basically, the existing Archers are actually the same barrels and mechanics taken from the old howitz 77B, which means that when we want to make more of them, I think they extend the barrel with 2 meters.
Yeah, I was going to say the caliber of the barrel is different because it is a longer barrel, because it's a L50 or 51 or something instead of an L40 or 38 or whatever.
Exactly, but as far as I understood, is that they actually modified the existing barrels. They didn't make new ones, but they in some way actually extended the existing ones, which means that they haven't built any new guns, any new barrels, any new cannons for many years. And the new any new Archers, and I think Sweden, we actually decided to buy 24 more, I think, or 12 more or something like that. They have to be produced from scratch. And it's not just the dumpster, what is it called, dumpster?
Dump truck.
Dump truck. It's not just that
rubbish
is out of production. It needs to be made from scratch, build something else. They actually have to do the whole system from scratch, and that makes it harder and takes more time. And that may explain why there is an aversion to send them, because that means we don't have that many artillery systems. Now you can argue that we don't need them because Russia is not a threat within the like 5 to 10 years, and we would better serve us to have them in Ukraine. But I think that might be one of the reasons why we see some reluctance.
That's really interesting. I didn't know you could just extend a barrel like that. That's very interesting.
That's what I read. I actually looked at there is when they took the decision in the parliament. There's a lot to read there, because all that is open information. Well, most of it is open information. They refer to some secrets also, but so there's a lot to find there.
That's really interesting. I would kind of like to have someone who can explain how you can take a barrel and extend it markedly without that dropping in capability. I guess you would extend it at the end where the shell leaves the barrel, because it would have less of an effect there, rather than the blowy uppy bit. But that's the technical term, by the way,
also,
for where the explosion happens. But that's very interesting. So I didn't know that they were short on the chassis. Obviously, they didn't have any more chassis. The thing is, they're competing with the RCH-155, the new German thing that's improved Panzerhaubitze 2000 turret, substantially improved turret, based on a Boxer IFV chassis, right? And I think that archers are competing with those for the Swiss order, which will be well over 100 systems, right? So, because the Swiss are thinking of replacing their entire whatever's left of their M109s, so for that, it would be well worth Bofo's time to actually go and make those, especially since Sweden is getting another 24 anyway, or maybe
United States is also looking at them. So
exactly, and what would make them much more interesting to potential buyers?
Being battle proven.
That if they were actually used by someone at some point in a war, and that would be very beneficial.
That's also a little bit of a problem, because Sweden has, for a long time, had our indigenous weapons production because of our neutrality for a long time, but we also have our relationship with export is very, very much divided, because there is, even from official direction, there is a duality where it's like, war bad, we don't want to support it, we don't want to send weapons anywhere. But at the same time, we're pragmatic, we need to have our weapons industry for our sovereignty, and we need to export to be able to afford that. So it's a little bit something that you do, but you don't talk about it and you don't want to show it. So sending archers would make it very visible that we are making weapons that kills people, and that we want to export it. And that's something that in a certain part of the population is not very popular. In other parts it is popular, but that's sort of a line they have to walk, I think.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm aware of the pacifist streaks within Swedish politics, which are obviously strong, and there for a good reason, and there's nothing in essence necessarily wrong with that. But very simply, but like you said, if Sweden only makes stuff for domestic use and doesn't sell it to anyone else, that's why they were quite happy to sell Gripens to others. Or at least lease them or whatever, right? Is because it's just so much less affordable when it's a low production run, low volume production run. But yeah, we have John up, whom I'm sure has lots of good thoughts on the subject. John, good morning.
Real quick, Doman, before John goes, I'm gonna have to say goodnight. I see a Bionade emerging from the shadows, and before he assassinates me to replace me as co-host, I will graciously step down for your Sith apprentice. Please have mercy on me. I do want to just let everyone know once again, we've got a lot of guests coming up. I wish I could just quickly name them, but I will just plug our upcoming in 5 hours segment on Latin American relations, which should be very interesting. With that, Doman, I will say goodnight, and I won't keep John's time too long. Slava Ukraini.
Headam Slava, Sliba Joseph. John, as I said, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Good night, Joseph. No, just a very quick one, mate. You were asking why a longer barrel means longer range. I think that was your...
No. I understand that. I was just surprised that the Swedes were able to take an L38 barrel and make it an L51 barrel out of it. The extension was what surprised me. I know why a longer barrel means longer range, because it focuses the pressure or whatever. Yeah, I made CJ explain that to me once. But I'm very surprised that you can take an L over 38 barrel and be like, no, we're just gonna take that and make it way longer, and everything will be just fine.
Okay, cool. Well, in that case, I'll drop back down. Cheers, man.
Oh, sure, John. Hey, John, I've got a quick question for you. How much does battle testedness help when you're thinking of procuring weaponry? How much more likely is a country likely to pick up a weapon that, you know, they've seen previously show itself in the battlefield versus one that isn't, if two such go head to head?
I mean, much more. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's of course a customer would prefer to buy a product they have seen work, you know, according to its specification and doing what it's supposed to do without breaking. So in that respect, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. It seems self-evident that a customer would rather buy something that has been that is demonstrably working rather than something that is unproven.
And even if something shows that it has some amount of flaws, right? Because nothing's perfect, everything has some flaws and some benefits to it. I'm kind of thinking, you know, our defense ministry is much more likely to go with, I won't say the devil they know, but something that they're aware of exactly where the deficiencies lie, as opposed to something where nobody knows where possible deficiencies in operation might lie, because it's easier to work around something where you already know the deficiencies are. Is that about right?
Sure. I mean, well, it depends what the requirement is, what they're buying for. You know, if they're in a situation where, you know, they are at war or anticipating being at war in the near future, and they want something reliable that they know will do the job, as you say, potentially not perfectly or not with all the bells and whistles, but will get it done. Then yes, in that situation, they might go for that weapon system. In other situations, they will buy something that is new, that is unproven, because otherwise, you know, weapon systems and new designs would never come into production and come into service, because, you know, somebody has to be first with something, and then that has to be tested, you know, either on exercise or preferably, you know, under combat conditions. So yeah, it's horses for courses in that respect.
Makes sense. Thank you very much, John. Right, and this is where I want to highlight, right? It would greatly benefit both of us if it really wants to compete for those orders by Switzerland, maybe even the US next year, to have archers shown in Ukraine. Because for all intents and purposes, they sound very good. But so does the RCH 155. And if those actually beat the archers to Ukraine and end up being shown off, you know, in a large-scale conventional conflict, when the archers don't, that could give the newer RCH a big advantage when it comes to orders by, say, Switzerland.
For sure, and to be honest, it strikes me as faintly schizophrenic and ludicrous that you would have a weapons industry and then be embarrassed about building and selling weapons. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, I would say that depends a little bit on, I mean, the politicians, they don't get elected primarily by the industry. They get elected by the people, and a lot of people are really uncomfortable about weapons exports. Now they do need the industry, and there are people that are employed that actually support it and so on. But I think the guys who decides what to send to Ukraine are not the ones that actually are selling the product. There's lies the problem, I think.
Sure, but again, it strikes me as cakeism slightly, even if it's from the society itself, to say, okay, we need to abandon our neutrality. We need to get ourselves into NATO, and we need to be part of this Western alliance. And then, you know, at the other side of your mouth, to turn around and say, oh, but actually we're kind of pacifist, and we kind of don't like the idea of selling weapons to people who are actually on our side. So, you know, I'm not disagreeing with I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying is it's not a very realistic worldview as things stand at the moment.
I totally agree with you, but that's Sweden for you. I would say people think that Sweden has been neutral until right now. the fact is that we haven't been neutral formally since 1994, because when we joined EU, we stopped being neutral. We were militarily how do you say? We didn't have any alliances, but we're not neutral as soon as we joined EU. And in fact, during the 200 years of being sort of neutral, the thing that has kept Sweden out of wars has not been the neutrality, but rather our ability to sidestep and make sort of, don't care about the neutrality. However, the official line in Sweden is the neutrality, which means that there's a lot of double morals here in Sweden, and that's the core of it, and that's Swedish.
It is schizophrenic, John. Don't worry. It's clear that it is a little bit, but that's because it's a country of 10 million people as opposed to a single decision maker. And there's a chunk of the population who's very squeamish about seeing Swedish-made products kill people, and there's another chunk that says, yeah, but we really need this, otherwise we can't have a sustainable defense industry because we're not going to buy enough ourselves. So it looks schizophrenic, but you can find examples like that in every country, I reckon, where you have policy on one side that's very unpopular with a large chunk of the population, or vice versa, because it's many people that affected.
And I would say, actually, the thing is that from the ruling parties for the last 80 years, the perception of Sweden as a fantastic pacifistic country that is neutral has been they have underbuilt this for 80 years since the World War II ended, that we are this nice country that doesn't do war and so on. So it's not just a part of the country with a pacifistic movement, it's actually been built from official sides. And that makes it so much harder to cope with for a lot of people, because it has always been said from official sides that what kept us out of World War II and so on was our neutrality. So our neutrality is the best thing we can have, and that's what keeps the peace in Sweden, and so on and so on. But then suddenly reality creeps up and we said, oh, well, we need to go into NATO. And a lot of people have had a hard time coping with that, because they thought that, neutrality and being pacifistic was the good thing. And that's what's kept us out of wars. And now it's not.
Well, to be quite honest with you, there have been long-standing members of NATO who seem to be struggling with much the same sort of scenario as the Swedish people, to be quite honest. So yeah, anyway, I wouldn't worry too much about that. I'm just looking forward to having Sweden and Finland fully inside the tent and fully integrated, and having a pretty impressive Northern European integrated military force. That is something I'm looking forward to.
Thank you, John. And just as you said that, we have a Finn. Hi, Pauli.
Hi, Dom. I just arrived to snowy Tampere, and it's an interesting discussion. I guess one thing is also that what we mean by neutrality, what's the definition in this context. In the Second World War, Sweden itself was not attacking anyone or defending anyone in a sense, or waging war. But we all know that Sweden supplied Nazi Germany with ore, with iron ore. That was the key component in the war. And I think at the moment I'm quite happy that Sweden is departing from the neutrality and becoming a NATO member with Finland. In my opinion, it's good for Europe and good for Nordics.
Thank you, Pauli. Absolutely. And there's actually a very good article on, I think, War on the Rocks by Mina Olenda and William Alberg that discusses just that. What's it called? Right. NATO's Nordic enlargement, contingency planning, and learning lessons. And I think that's well worth a quick read if you're short on something to read at some point. I'm sure, Pauli, you, however, I'm sure have already read it at least 3 times. I knew it. Thank you, Pauli. And you're right, of course, right? Neutrality being stated is one thing, but having it assured is another. And depending on where you are, that's easier or more difficult. If you're Austria now, in a post-Cold War, post 2004 situation, very easy because you can be pretty sure no one's ever going to attack you, right? Whereas beforehand, it was maybe a little bit more difficult. Finland, it was always in a very difficult position with regards to that, and effectively had, neutrality kind of almost forced upon it. Maybe not forced, but pretty close to that. And it just shows what a failure for Russia from a long-term defense policy perspective it was to go and invade Ukraine. Because what it did is shoved both Finland and Sweden straight into NATO. I mean, what did they expect was going to happen? Finally, there was this overwhelming majority. But in Finland, well over 80% of the population was like, no, we want to go into NATO now. And with I remember tracking this in March and April. With every week it went up by 5 percentage points or some such, and before it never really had a clear majority, and that was really a crystallizing moment for the Finnish, and then with a couple of weeks delay for the Swedish public as well, that it just isn't possible to continue like this. And it's there you go. Thank you, Pauli. Helsinki fella dropped. Okay, I'm sure he'll be back. Were there always any considerations like that in Finland as well, Pauli, like in Sweden, about arms exports and whom to export to and what the end use of these weapons is going to be and who is going to use them?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I would divide this point of view or opinion into 2 categories. The ones who know about military and weapon exports, and the ones who actually don't know anything or don't even care. The problem in Finland is that a lot of the public opinion and public polls are formed on general opinion, and in my humble opinion, this is a topic and question that really you need to have deep knowledge of the matters, and I would rely on like military experts, army guys in this, and also in some sense to that have a career that know what they are talking about. In my opinion, the ones talking about they strongly support the military industry inside Finland and Finland providing weapons. This morning, their new invades. I think that's the Patria's new.
Thank you, Pauli. Okay, I think Pauli lost connection, but I think we got the point from that. Helsinki fella, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Interesting discussion. Yeah, it is for a country like Sweden and Finland. This arm export is, it is exactly like our Swedish friend said, that it is difficult to maintain this defense industry, which is very valuable for national defense. And
sorry, Helsinki fella, very valuable for national defense. That's Bionada's fault.
Yeah, it is. And what was the other point? Yeah, for small countries, the issue is that the timing is. We have to choose the timing because we have to be very realistic. And now the time to join NATO was public opinion was for it and actually pushing for it. So I'm just saying that small countries in a difficult geographical position like us, and you have to choose the timing and you have to choose. Your room to maneuver is limited. That is the thing. But of course, there is this kind of like unrealistic pacifistic thinking that has also in peacetime has not benefited the realistic thinking. That's what I say. Same in Sweden also, that if you export weapons, there is always this checks of human rights and everything, which is kind of, in a democracy you have to do it. But then again, which is the most important for us is the security of our people. So you have to make these kind of value judgments, what is more important, and be realistic. So difficult choices for politicians, but that's what they are there for. So that's what I'm saying. So yeah, that's my take. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, fella. Right, and this is the context. Just to remind everyone what we're talking about. This is the context where, and why it'd be very good for Bofors, the manufacturer of the Archer self-propelled gun, if the Archer self-propelled gun was indeed sent in some number, either at least 12, 18, maybe even all the 24 that were originally destined for the Norwegian military, but were never delivered, sitting in a warehouse in Sweden, apparently, because Sweden apparently doesn't have enough trained personnel to use the other 24 anyway, to Ukraine, because it would give them a good chance to prove themselves in combat in a large-scale conventional war, just the sort of large-scale conventional war that future buyers, potential buyers of the Archer self-propelled gun, might wish to use it in. And if anything, in less arduous circumstances than that. So it'd be a very good idea if they were able to indeed show it off in that context. Pauli?
Yeah, thank you, Dom. And I just want to add my 2 cents on the CV90 discussion. Actually, during Finnish Independence Day on 6th, on Tuesday, I discussed this topic quite broadly with a lot of Finnish officers at the Finnish Officer Union Ball, and I think we all concluded that, in our opinion, expert opinion, Sweden could easily ship almost all the CV90s it has to Ukraine, because at the point someone attacking Sweden, by land, it's not that evident. We are the wall in the east, and currently they only have to take care of their navy and few islands. So having that bulk of CV90s and actually unused, it's how to say, it's sad in our opinion, and I would say that Sweden could supply these. We could protect Sweden, and it would maybe take 2 years, 3 years to replenish the stock with new type of CV90s or similar product. So that's my 2 cents on the CV90 issue and Sweden. I would hope they would just ship it in to Ukraine. Thank you.
Pauli, I got a serious question for you. For anybody who's missed this part of our chats thus far, what good would CV90s do? Let's say 200 CV90s do for the Ukrainians. What are the capabilities of the CV90 compared to, say, Soviet-designed infantry fighting vehicles? Why would it be such a great addition to the Ukrainian arsenal?
Yeah, so the vehicle, of course, protects the crew. The armor is quite good. It can also destroy T-72s, T-64s, and older models. They usually have quite good cannons, ranging from if I remember correctly, 120 millimeters. Yeah, well, they vary basically on the model, and then the range is quite good, 600 kilometers if I'm correct. And then you can drive around 50 miles with that. It goes in the forest, easy to maintain. In my opinion, easy to change the parts. It's not a total disaster to maintain, and we have lots of them in Europe. So I'm quite confident that we could also quite easily arrange the repair shops in Poland or even in Ukraine if there's enough will to do it. So overall, I would say CV90 would be a great add-on in Ukraine, and it would allow Ukraine to save casualties and also conducting counter attacks, especially, well, I would say in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea direction at this point. And of course, it will not replace shipping Leopards or Challengers or heavy tanks, but it would be a great asset and great add-on to the panzer groups in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. No, I completely agree. It seems like one of those easiest things to send, as well as, and I think this is important, as well as there being a very strong, what can we call it? A very strong and very useful signal, maybe first move that might shake the bag that holds many more heavy weapons in Europe, right? And that bag, of course, being the Federal Republic of Germany and their government, who have thus far said, well, we definitely won't be the first ones to send frontline combat Western design vehicles, I guess. Maybe that's a good way to put it. They already obviously sent the Panzerhaubitze, and there are many Western self-propelled guns and other artillery systems in theater, right? But they seem very reticent in both IAVs and main battle tanks. But maybe just sending CV90s would be that first move that opens the floodgates of the rest of the menagerie of German-designed IAVs, MBTs, etc. Be it Leopards, Marders, Pumas, Lynx, whatever they're all called, right? But I will put it this way: both the Gepards as well as the Dingoes are waiting for the rest of the cats and dogs to show up, the rest of the felines and canines to show up. Are there any other canines? Is it just the Dingoes? Are Dingoes the only canines in the German army menagerie? Is it all
there's a
cats
fox.
otherwise?
Fox. So there's a fox woman.
Okay, so the fox is a canine. Good. Anything else?
I'm not sure.
Are there any wolves in there? Any jackals? I don't know what a jackal is in German.
Oh, I think. Just give me a second. Wolf, or maybe. Oh, good question, Doman. So just give me a second. I will check it out.
Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. But just thinking that maybe that's something that people might be interested in. The rest of it would be very welcome, of course. And last week, was it last week or was it earlier this week? We saw just a wonderful, excellent little piece on Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, where they interviewed a Ukrainian Gepard crew, right? And basically said, no, this is absolutely fantastic. It's doing such a wonderful job. Do you know what? I trusted other members of said German menagerie, be it the Leopards, be it whatever else, would do at least just as wonderful a job as well, So just noting that. What else did I want to note? Oh yes, and of course we also saw a Gepard taking down a Russian cruise missile. Well, it was either a Gepard taking it down, or it was a chap with an assault rifle taking it down. Now I think it was probably the Gepard that took down the cruise missile rather than the chap firing in the air at the cruise missile with an assault rifle. But I guess we will never know what really did it, will we? And people were questioning at the start when whether the Gepards could even take down Russian cruise missiles. It's a bit more of a question earlier on, but goodness, it's it's kind of a surprise to some degree, at least, that they've seemingly been quite effective at that. The other day, I didn't quite follow, but Bionade, did you see whether all of the Shahed drones that were launched at Ukraine were taken down, or were any actually successful? I think 14 were shot down, but I don't think any more were actually shot, were there?
No, I think it were 14 or 16. I'm not 100% sure, but I haven't heard about some casualties, except I think one airplane had a problem after shooting down the Shahid. We all saw, I think, the picture of the pilot who was bailing out, and it seems to be that he made a selfie when he was hanging in his parachute, and his face was a little bit bloody, but yeah, he's fine. Cool guy, young guy, hero, and yeah, this is what I know about the Shahid drone story.
Right. I am getting notes. Apparently, the Wolf is a G-class Mercedes in German army use, and they have lots of them. The suggestion for the Panzerhaubitze 2000 was the Nashorn, but then they just went with Panzerhaubitze 2000. There's supposed to be a Rhino, right? It's supposed to be a nose horn, I guess is the direct translation. And there is something called a Wiesel. I don't know if that counts as I don't know what that is. I know what it is. It's a weasel, but I don't know whether that counts as canines or not. I didn't take zoology that long, and apparently they're perfect for Ukraine. I don't know what those are. So if you know what a Wiesel is in the German military, who are apparently being phased out and are available in large numbers, then please explain. Oh, Bionade, excellent. What's a Wiesel? Not the animal, the weapon system.
All right. The Wiesel is a lightly armored tracked vehicle, and I think it has is it a grenade launcher or what is it? Looks like a cannon on top. Just give me a second. But we also have the Biber. You can't forget the Biber.
Well, those were already sent.
Yes, this was also
and they're
already
very
sent.
good.
And
So
the name?
they're a fold-out brick on a Leopard 1 tank chassis, right? And that's very useful when you have a short distance to suddenly bridge over very quickly. So those have already been sent. They've already been, apparently weasels are mustelids, whatever that is. Okay, fine. I guess that's the same as minks and the like. Okay.
All right. So, Domen,
So what is a diesel? Can you go a little bit more into that?
Yeah.
Or can somebody else go a little bit more into what a diesel is? I have opened the Wikipedia page and it says the type is a tankette. I didn't know that word existed. I am surprised at the existence of the word tankette. I guess it means small tank. Yeah, I would have thought that the tankette would have been maybe a piece of clothing, perhaps. You know, like a short tank top, maybe. But apparently, it's a weapon system. And color me surprised. And Bionade, please go into more detail.
So, just shortly back to the Biber. You know why the Biber is named Biber?
Because it munches on wood. No, I don't know. It's an engineering vehicle, right? So, and beavers are nature's engineers, as anybody who's ever attended Caltech or MIT would tell you. There's a reason why both Caltech and MIT have the same mascot, which is the beaver, because they're engineering schools and beavers are nature's engineers.
All right, and what do beavers build, Domen?
Dams. But this one builds a bridge, not a dam. I mean,
but
a dam can serve as a bridge, but a bridge is not a dam.
No.
I think this is a very stretched metaphor here.
If you go on a walk and you see from far away on a small river something, and it's a small dam, from far you could think it's a small bridge. So this maybe that's why. So, anyways, let's go back to the weasel. Who did build the first weasel? Who developed the prototype? That's interesting.
I don't know.
Porsche did. Porsche. How's he?
No, you say it. You're the German. You tell us what the correct pronunciation is.
It is Porsche. Porsche, not Porsche. Porsche. It's an
there's a schwa at the end. Okay, got it.
Yeah. All right. So Porsche. Porsche built the first prototype of the weasel in 1970, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure. But it has a cannon.
Does it? Did the original one look just like a 911 and nobody could tell a 911 from it? Did they have the same lights? No. Was it slightly different from the start? Okay.
No, but it's looks like the front looks a little bit like a race car. So it's these steep angles Porsche uses. Yeah, it has a very steep angle in the front. Let's go back to the
so
to
it's Porsche designed it, but it's nothing like a 911. It's completely different. It's meant for the military, not for the racetrack. Better ground clearance, I trust. What does it do? What is it for?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm talking to a muted mic. Good morning, everyone. All right. So there's a Weasel 1, which is a little bit smaller, and then there's a Weasel 2, which is a little bit bigger.
That makes sense. Like a Leopard 2 is bigger than a Leopard 1.
Happens sometimes that you need bigger vehicles, but sometimes you even make them smaller because smaller vehicle, smaller target. All right. So in the Bundeswehr, it was used for the infantry as a fire support vehicle. Also, they used it as a basically prototype for robots for driving it remotely. And even 7 of them are in the US Army. That's interesting. All right, but back to the interesting things. It's 3.5 meter long, or the bigger one is almost 5 meters long, 1.8 meters wide, 1.8 meters high, and yeah, it's about 3 tons, or the Weasel 2 is about 4 to 5 tons. It depends on what.
Okay, that is very light. Now I understand
very light,
the concept of tankette. So wait, at 5 tons, does it have any armor? Because that's like a medium-sized truck.
Yeah, it has armor, light armor. So just a minute. Let me get to the armor section if I see anything about the armor. All right, let's at first go to the weapons. You can take on the Weasel 1 at least an MK20 machine gun, millimeter machine gun. Also, you could take a TOW2 launcher, 120 millimeter Mercer. So 120 millimeter Mercer. So and Stinger rocket system. So it's very, very flexible to use. Sounds interesting.
Right. Okay. So there's a gun on it of some description. I guess there's various different armaments. It's good protect you if somebody's shooting at you with machine guns. So okay, I'm guessing this is the sort of thing that can be used for what, moving from a trench line to a new trench line. Protects you a little bit, gives you some protection while having firepower. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm sure that they're much better than using a pickup truck, right? Because they're not soft skin. And they already have integrated weaponry. And I'm sure that if the Germans don't want them no more, they would be perfectly useful to be, used by the Ukrainians. Absolutely. I think that'd be quite interesting, actually, if they were to indeed put them into service. I guess being smaller makes it easier to drive through a forest, right? That's a good idea. The Ukrainians are probably going to be moving through some forests at some point soon, so that's pretty nice. You don't necessarily need to use roads. Interesting. Okay, that's I've never known of these before, but hey, if somebody wants to send some Mustelid named armored vehicles, I am all for it. Excellent.
Yeah.
Florian, what do you reckon?
There's another way to saying that this is relatively light, but it's a tracked vehicle, so it's extremely maneuverable also in really bad stuff like mud and so on. So that's an important feature of the thing, and that's why it's also used for, how you call it, intelligence work, information gathering. That you reconnaissance. That's the English word, exactly. It's also used as reconnaissance platform as well as to sort of for the infantry that the officer are protected. So it's a command and control vehicle, a small one, and it has a very, very low sort of pressure on its ground. So that's why it's not sinking in mud, and it's tracked, and it's relatively fast, up to 80 kilometers per hour. So that's why it's a highly maneuverable tracked platform. It's not doesn't carry a lot of weapons, but it's something that you can really support infantry where even other tanks wouldn't go. And that's why it was developed. It was also developed for the airborne troops because it's not so heavy, so they can be dropped off or used on transport planes. So that's where it comes from.
Also interesting. It's possible to fight at night with them. You can drop it out of an airplane. It's really, really good. Drives relatively fast. I think up to 65 kilometers per hour. And yeah, you can use it in all these small roads. You usually would use a Gepard, for example, for if you can just put a what was the kind of missiles? Just a minute. You can put on missiles, anti-air missiles, if I remember correctly.
So really, what I'm hearing here, right, is something that would be very useful in a supporting role. And you said light, can drive on mud, very maneuverable. That sounds like a very useful sort of vehicle to add to the repertoire, right? And in the right context, could be very useful indeed. I guess again, light armament better than a pickup truck, right? Better than a soft-swing vehicle, Florian.
Yeah, and the pickup trucks, don't forget, they're wheeled, so you cannot drive off the road. They can drive off the road. So I think it's instead of doing this with pickup trucks, now you get this, and it better protects the soldiers and the officers and so on.
Now, Florian, serious question: would you think that anyone at all, including, say, a hypothetical German defense minister, would think that this might be a Panzer?
Of course not. How would you think that this is a tank? It's, how you call it, the English word. It's a
tankette.
A tankette. So nobody is delivering tanks. We're just delivering tankettes. And the Gepard is also not a tank. It's something totally different. It's an animal.
So maybe this is a good push to make on the side, right? If the Germans don't really intend to use this anymore anyway, and it's definitely definitely gets the moniker Kein Panzer. then it might be of some good use. Also, it's light enough. You can sling it under one of those big Soviet helicopters, right? And deliver it to wherever it needs to go very easily.
But also, given the German defense minister, Mrs. Lamprecht, seems to be not knowledgeable of anything. I've heard her recently talking, and there's this wonderful German expression called Fremdschämen, meaning you're ashamed of somebody else. And I had this huge bout of Fremdschämen once I heard her talking. She seems to be totally over her head. It's not her field. I think before she was a defense lawyer for social law.
Well, there's defense in the name.
Yeah. So, and then she had argued basically why the Gepard is not a tank despite having tracks and everything, and it was just absurd. I have to say, it was just absurd. Really, Fremdschämen. But maybe this gets us closer to where we want to go, because there's now the pressure from the Americans. There was this article on the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, I think 4 days ago, that argued that the Americans, including Jack Sullivan, called the Germans and said, it's now time for the Leopards. And they're making now huge pressure on this. And I think the Germans will fold, but this has taken too many months to do so.
Björn?
So, yeah, it's absolutely correct. I'm just going through all these kind of different versions of the Weasel R, and it's amazing. There's the Ocelot, Weasel to Ocelot. It's from light air defense system. Shoots Stinger missiles, range up to 6 kilometers, and it also can have a radar on it instead of the Stingers, and sees vehicles in the air, airplanes basically, or anything else, up to 20 kilometers and up to 5,000 meters, 5,000 meters in the air, up in the air, anyhow. So it's absolutely interesting system, and that's just the Ocelot. There are more. There is a version where you can use as a medical transport and evacuation.
Oh, that's very useful.
That's very, very useful. Then you have one with a kind of artillery tube, 120 millimeters. The range with normal ammunition is about 8 kilometers range.
Okay, so that's a mortar. Okay.
Yeah, a mortar. Sorry, I was saying murder earlier, but it's a mortar. Yeah, it's basically a lightly armored vehicle with a mortar. Why not? And there are more versions. So still going down the rabbit hole.
I suggest that Ukrainians could put all of those to use. I've got a couple of things to quiz Florian on, because I'd really like to hear his takes. So Florian, if you have a couple of minutes, I'd love to first hear from you what you think about Strack Zimmermann in the comments that were made in Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung, especially about the Americans being quite happy with Germany sending Leopards, apparently. Do you think that this is something that will actually move things along? Now, of course, this isn't in the purview of the parliament. The parliament's already done what the parliament has to do in the, 485 to 100 vote, whatever it was, many months ago. But do you reckon that this will put sufficient pressure on top of all the suggestions that have already been made to actually make a difference, Florian?
I think, as absurd as this sounds, it's a pure internal debate among the Social Democratic Party. The problem is not the two coalition partners. Neither the Green Party nor the Free Liberal Democrats would object sending the Leopards. And I was thinking that Mr. Scholz is now building a bridge to do so, because the last few days he went out to media and talked about that the possibility of a nuclear war and a nuclear attack by Russia, and this threat has been reduced massively to a large degree, because Mr. Scholz went to the press, to Spiegel, in early March, if I remember correctly, and then talked about nuclear war and avoiding of nuclear war and not sleepwalking into a nuclear war, and so on. And I think he has to build the ground against the left of the Social Democrats, who are very pro-Russian, and I probably think Russia is a socialistic place, even though it's a fascistic place. But who understands those people? I don't. To build the ground, but I think Mr. Scholz, if he would have delivered the tanks or announced that, his own party would have fractured and the coalition would have been fallen apart, because his own party is the problem. It's not the coalition as such.
But doesn't this kind of get rid of the excuse, right? The excuse of there needs to be agreement among allies. We can't do things on our own. Well, if there's an all clear coming from Washington, then no, it isn't all on our own. It isn't, oh, we're standing out. Oh, it isn't, we're doing something that others disapprove of. Matter.
But that needs to be public, really public by Washington, that they go and officially, because what Frankfurter Allgemeine reported were the internal calls, where Jack Sullivan called the German security advisor of Scholz, Pöttger, said that. But I think Washington needs to publicly state that. But I think that the German or the Scholz strategy was two-sided. One side was always saying, we don't want to be party in the war, even though delivering water doesn't make you party in the war. But this line was repeated on and on and on. We don't want to be party in the war. And the second line was, we have to make sure there's no nuclear war. And this is the reason why they always argued tanks will be an escalation. And if it's an escalation, NATO needs to be in. And of course, it's all pretense. I'm not saying this is the reality, but that's the public reasoning put out by the government. And now it's starting to retreat on that. This line on the threat of nuclear war has been massively or substantially reduced is an important one to rhetorically walk back and say, now it's not going to be escalatory. But I think it still needs a clear statement by Mr. Biden or Mr. Blinken or by Mr. Sullivan saying, we expect the German government to do its part now. And this, together with the line, there's no threat of nuclear war, a massively reduced threat of nuclear war, then may enable Mr. Scholz internally to argue with his left side of the party to do that. And then if it comes to a vote of a Bundestag, the opposition, the conservative, the CDU, would vote for that, even if parts of the left wing of the SPD would not vote for that. But that's, of course, a massive loss of public face of the coalition if it needs the opposition to vote along that. But that happened before in some of the EU rescue packages, the Euro rescue packages. That was necessary that the opposition actually voted in favor of that. And that happened before and didn't lead to the fall of the government.
Was that when the Greeks needed help and the like, and there was need for votes from the Greens to go along the SPD and part of the CDU?
Yes, this was in 2015 when there was the Greek package, I think number 3. The German Constitutional Court decided whenever Germany makes a financial commitment, the German Bundestag needs to have a say in it. It cannot be done by the government and then simply put to its budget. And parts of the CDU, the right wing of the CDU, of Mrs. Merkel governing coalition, didn't want to give the money to the Greeks. Not understanding if the Eurozone blows apart, Germany's economy model blows apart. So it was a very, very idiotic move. So parts of the SPD and Green voted in favor of this. I think it was the 3rd package for Greece. It was the German guarantees. And by the way, Germany never paid for that. It's a total miss in Germany that Germans paid for Greece. They actually only gave credit guarantees that were never used. And they actually got a good deal on it because it lowered the interest rates for Germany substantially. And all the German economic gains and its budget surplus didn't come because they're safe. The Germans aren't great savers. It's a total lie. They got the budget surplus because the interest rates fell by a factor of 3. They were the biggest winner of the drop in interest rates because they were perceived the most safe place, because of course they can get the taxes collected. But this is often a lot of these discussions are really, really, really false.
Thank you, Florian. That's really good to understand additionally. Let's go to John, and then I have more questions for you regarding Switzerland. John?
Thank you. It's a question for you all, for Florian or both. I mean, if the left wing of the SPD is so far out of alignment with the general German public mood, can it not be made clear, at least to Scholz, via the media, that, you know, by civil society and by spokespeople from civil society, that if they don't do this, if the SPD don't sign off on this, that they're facing electoral oblivion, that, you know, that they will not be forgiven for this? Or is the feeling in German society not quite that strong?
There is a very, very, I think, hard block on the left, pro-Russia, that actually will vote for the SPD or the left party or the AfD. And there's about 45%, maybe 40%, and Bionade can comment more on this, of East Germans who actually don't like the whole system that ended up with Western Germany together, for whatever reasons, and I don't want to judge them. And they are happy voters for this type of positions. I, a few days ago, saw the head of the AfD, Mr. Kopalla, in a discussion in German television, where he actually defended Putin as not being a war criminal and Mr. Bush is a war criminal and so on. So he's totally catering to this segment, the vote. And there is enough voters that they can pick up on this. So unfortunately, I would say 15, 20% more in East Germany, but also in West Germany, are electoral basis for this nonsense position. So they don't face actual wipe out. But the SPD is down to something like, in the recent polls, 15, 16%. Or 18%. It's anyway very small. Effectively, Germany has 4 equally large parties that govern the country, or 3, 4. So it's the SPD, CSU, and the Greens. They all have around 20 to 25. And then there's the FDP. And I think the mood is very different between West Germany and East Germany. But Bionade is in a much better position to comment on the East German position than I am. I'm fairly skeptical of a lot that's going on in East Germany. I have not gone through their history.
I will just give you an example of my state, how we voted for our Landtag, for our state government.
State parliament.
State parliament. All right. So the last vote was, I think, in 2001, last year. All right. So the CDU got 70.1%. The AfD got 20.8%. The left got 11%. The SPD got 8.4%. The Greens got 5.9%, and the FDP got 6.4%. If you see this kind and look at what the whole German perspective on this is, it's very much different. It's very much different. And I'm happy that the CDU is really good here in Saxony-Anhalt. But if you have 20% AfD and 11% the left,
and the SPD in the east is more on this line.
Yeah. So and it's really So the SPD is but I mean, it was 2021. The SPD really fucked up in the last years. The CDU also, and this is why you see, for example, 20% AfD. These people are in the opposition, obviously, but it's very worrisome if I see 11% on the left, because people, it's one of the poorer states of Germany, and people still think the left will help them to because they have these populist leanings, like, oh yeah, we will provide you and we will make better social systems, and the new system which came out, it's just another name for the same slavery system, and everyone should get free money, and this is a kind of populism they spread, but they have no idea how it will work. And we yesterday lengthily discussed the whole idea of communism and how it doesn't work, and it's very worrisome that the left is able to get these kind of voters. And obviously the AfD, it's very worrisome too, 20.8%. But the positive thing which I can say about the AfD is we are lucky, and I quote a Ukrainian here, we are lucky that they are so dumb. So this is really they don't really do much in Landtag, and they only do allowed in the opposition, but no actually work from them. But yeah, it's really a different kind of perspective of you. So Florian, back to you.
Or John.
Well, I just want to say thank you both. I mean, that's really interesting perspective. So there is presumably these are the same people who say in opinion polls and in surveys that they regard the United States as a greater threat to global security or European security than Russia. So I mean, is it, is this a block of 15 to 20% of the German electorate who are effectively anti-Western, potentially anti-democratic, quite dangerous politically?
Yeah, absolutely. The AfD, if you remember the story with the coup 2 days ago, I think it was, the people which were arrested, there's a picture, I think I have it on my timeline, I will pin it on my timeline, of these the person, the judge, which was involved in this. It was just a local judge, but
a former member of the Bundestag.
A former member of the Bundestag, and he's standing there with she's standing there with Tino Schupalla, who is the spokesperson for the state spokesperson for the AfD, and these pictures is making the rounds and going around, going viral again, and it's important that we share it because these are enemies of our democracy.
Yeah, John, I would say West Germany has around 15 to 20% of loony right, loony left, totally against the Western system, believe the United States is the big enemy. And Russia is not the savior. Russia is simply the enemy of the United States and hopefully the country that brings the European order to fall. They also hate the European Union. And if you look what Mrs. Wagenknecht is saying, Sarah Wagenknecht is a leads person of the left. If you just read her recent statement also on foreign workers, that could have been said by the Nazis. There's not much a difference. I see the extreme left and the extreme right, especially in Germany, are both National Socialists, as the name said of the Nazis. And that's really worrisome. But they have been always there. And because of the problems of transition in East Germany, there's a larger block of the hard time who had problems with the system. And so the resistance to the Western system in the East is more towards 30 to 40%, but East Germany is fairly small. And it's shrinking heavily. There's a projection that by 2050, all of East Germany, if you take Berlin out, is smaller than the greater region of Munich. And it's the West German cities who are growing. And in the West German cities like Munich, the Greens have now 30%. They are multicultural cities. So the real German society lives in Munich and in Hamburg and in Cologne and so on. And this is where Germany is a very multicultural and diverse place now. And that should not be forgotten. This is where also the productivity of Germany is.
I mean, this is absolutely fascinating, and I'm very sorry, Antti. Please forgive me just for cutting in with one question, then I'll drop. But I mean, is this a phenomenon that is that can be identified in certain demographics? So, is it with older people who have some form of memory of the former DDR, or is this something that will, is this something that is going to pass out of existence over time, or is it being renewed in a younger voter base? And if it's being renewed, how and by whom?
So to the voter base, I at least can say you see a relatively big shift into the green direction, for example, in the youth. but also many still vote, at least on a local level here, the CDU. It's also you have these people everywhere which are open to populism, and these typical things they obviously get into the they are really prone to be used by the AfD and something like this. But what's important to point out, I think, with the left and the right in Germany, the left is always like, the message of the left is, you are poor because it's the fault of capitalism, and the right is saying you are poor because the fault are the refugees. So it's it's almost simple as that. But if you really look into this, Florian is absolutely right. It's really a problem because they are national socialists, basically, on the left and on the right. So Florian, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, and I think it's an older demographics. It's a more rural demographics. Parts of Saxony are very right wing, almost like Nazi-like. And if you look, the neighboring other big rural state is Bavaria, and this has not happened. Of course, the AfD also gets 8 or 9% in Bavaria, but the 40 years West Germany made a huge difference. So Bavaria is also, it is a very modern state around Munich and Nuremberg, but it's a very traditional and rural place outside the big cities. But it never went to the extreme. It never went to the extreme left. Nothing. Like, nobody votes for the left, and it has a 10% populist vote from the AfD. But that's the second largest German state. It is, even though it's by population a good deal smaller than North Rhine-Westphalia, but it has the largest German GDP. The German's economic power sits in the south. It sits in Bavaria. It sits in Baden-Württemberg, so around Stuttgart. And Baden-Württemberg is ruled by a Green. So these are also the most diverse places. So where the economic heft of Germany is, its export industry, its modernity, is also where Germany is really most Western. And that's why sometimes this is really strange what's going on, that this small fraction of population can determine policy so much. I'm always surprised why politicians cater for this small segment of the voters, who
Florian,
are obviously strange.
Can you say the Danube, the Rhine, and the Main?
I don't get what you mean. Don't know.
You know, the states, the states of the rivers of the Danube, the Rhine, and the Main.
Which states are there? It goes from North Rhine-Westphalia. I think it goes a little bit through Rhineland-Pfalz.
Exactly, and Hesse, Baden-Württemberg, and Bavaria.
Hesse, Baden-Württemberg, and Bavaria, and this is where Germany's industry sits. And there's Hamburg, of course. Don't forget Hamburg. Hamburg is very rich and a big logistics place and a very liberal place. And in Hamburg, there's a statue to Mr. Bismarck, and it's pointing towards London, because when the Germany got united, the people in Hamburg were not sure if it's such a good thing, and they will use their trade relations to the British. There is also a long tradition, despite all the wars, that some cities like Hamburg look very much to the Netherlands or to Britain. And West Germany became a really Western state, a Western country. But to finish my point, and then let's Antje other talk, is I don't understand why politicians like Mr. Scholz cater for such a small, strange segment of the population, because they neither represent the majority, they neither represent the real productive part of Germany. The real productive part of Germany has long moved on and is squarely a Western country.
Absolutely. Yeah, and for example, I'm work related. I work in Hamburg, and I have to travel there every 4 to 6 weeks for 1 or 2 days. Sometimes I stay weekend, and it's I'm always get a cultural shock because it's so different. The whole social community is very much different, and I mean, I'm still from a bigger city. 250,000 people live here around, but it's very much different because the area all around is more not so urban. Yeah. So, and that makes a difference. If you look, for example, in the Ruhrgebiet, Essen, Dortmund, Düsseldorf, what kind of social community you have there, it's very much different if you look in the area of Saxony. And yeah.
It's also a reflection of it being a federal country, right? Right. Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, Florian. I think John got a very thorough set of answers there. And let's go to Antti. Hi, Antti.
Hi. Florian, I was very interested to know if what's the latest you've heard about the 35 millimeter Oerlikon ammunition issue between Germany and Switzerland, and do you think that there's, based on what you know, that there's going to be a Swiss-German solution, or is there going to have to be some other type of solution for that problem? Thanks.
And I think, Florian, you can tie this in with a more broad commentary on Swiss munitions production and what the future of that is.
Sure, yeah.
I don't think Switzerland will deliver because of our export control laws. That basically stops it. And Rheinmetall has now written a letter to the Swiss government and saying, if this doesn't change by next year, we will cease all production in Switzerland and move this to Germany. That means Rheinmetall probably will only keep its engineering in Zurich, but it will move all its production to Germany. And I guess this is now happening. And that has created noise because Switzerland is a fairly economy-minded place. And there's like, wow, this are export jobs, this is good engineering. But given the current law and the current political situation, I don't think it's 12,000 pieces of ammunition will be freed. I don't think it will happen. Most likely Rheinmetall will really leave Switzerland as a production site.
How big of a tumult is that sending through Swiss politics, especially now that the parliament is in session?
Not very much, because we just changed our federal council. We had a replacement vote to the federal council, and that was all in the news and media, and actually got voted in, especially on the left, a very, very weak person. So the right made sure that the really good person from the left, from Basel, was not voted in. So we got another person that seems not very capable. And that's all in the media and how the departments are shifting and all that. So it's on the site. So on the Blick, you read nothing about it. In the NZZ, there's more. The Neue Zürcher Zeitung had a long article on losing the weapons export industry because of that. I'm fairly pessimistic, I have to say.
Antti?
Yeah, so you basically believe that the solution will be that Germany will begin production of the ammunition itself, because I find it strange. I find it really strange that is Switzerland currently really the only place where the Oerlikon ammunition is being made?
Brazil. And there's other factories. And the 12,000 pieces is too small that it really makes a difference. It's a political fight, but I think it's important that the Swiss get the pressure, because who will buy Swiss weapons if you can't get them in a war situation? Think about even if Germany would be attacked, the NATO and the very left on the Swiss politics, they were asked what happens if Russia attacks NATO. Do you deliver the ammunition? And they said, no, it's a war zone. Our export control law says no war to the war zone. And it was really absurd. And you say, okay, then give up your weapons industry. And by the way, if NATO gets really attacked, do you think where Switzerland would fight on which side? I mean, we got ourselves in a really messy, nonsensical position, period.
Yeah. But I guess considering how Brazil has been acting on the world stage in the past, it's much more unlikely that actually it will be German production of the ammunition that gets to Ukraine than any production from Brazil, at least.
Have you heard the statements of the incoming President Lula towards Mr. Zelensky?
No, I haven't, but I can guess.
He's basically saying, stop doing your videos and negotiate finally. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I saw in the MriyaReport there's a discussion what's going on in Latin America, but it's equally nonsensical.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been any better with the other candidate winning the presidential election. It would have been probably even worse. But that's beside the point. Yeah. Yeah.
It's probably better for the Brazilian society that Lula won, but Lula has very, very strange views also on this conflict. So we shouldn't say because he's better than Bolsonaro, everything is fine. We have to be as hard-nosed as judging politics as it is, and as you know, I'm very, very. I mean, I'm Swiss and German. I'm very critical on the German position. I'm for years on other things. I thought Germany lost a lot of its common sense in the last 20 years. And that's what I like a lot about. Because of my work, I have to deal a lot with Scandinavia. I have a company in Denmark, and so that's what I like about the Scandinavians. That, like the Swiss, this is very much anchored in reality.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. That was what I was interested in.
And at this point, thank you so much, Antti. Thank you, Florian. I'll just briefly plug what Florian alluded to. In just under 4 hours from now, we will be joined by Matthew Light, Professor Matthew Light from Canada. He's been with us several times now, with his colleagues Joachim Kleinschmidt and Manuel Ferrez, who are from, well, each in a different country, I think, who study, let's say, the post-Soviet and Latin American studies. And they'll be joining us. I see there's lots of misprints on the tweets. So it's today, December 9th, not Wednesday, December 9th, which doesn't exist this year. So it's today at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is 1400 UTC, 1500 in much of Europe, and 1600 Kiev, just under 4 hours from now, to do a deep dive on, let's say, the engagement between the Latin American and the post-Soviet space, including focus, of course, on their attitudes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Why is it so? What can be changed, if anything? So in just under 4 years, just under 4 hours, we'll have a wonderful discussion on that. Thanks for bringing it up again, Florian. You can check it out in the nest. The card is correct. Everything that's on the card itself is correct. Some contents of the tweets is a bit off. The card itself is definitely right. Follow that. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Florian. Thank you, Antti. Nale, go ahead.
Thanks, Domen. I want to ask Florian about this lefty woman who spoke like a Nazi, and if you could please tell me what exactly did she say?
This is Sarah Wagenknecht. She's leading, now maybe Bernardo can correct me, I think she's leading what is called the Communist Platform among the left. And it was in 2018-17, she was basically picking up, saying, oh, the foreign workers are stealing the jobs from the German workers, and we have to restrict immigration, and the left shouldn't be open to refugees and immigration. And yet at the same time, she's a declared communist. And that puts and the way and then additionally, she's the biggest cheerleader of Russia. She's actually saying we are at war with Russia now. We are a party of war. We need to align ourselves with Russia because then it's cheap energy. So that's why I think her position is de facto a National Socialist position, like the Nazis were, and she's about to leave actually the left party. She's so weird now that even the left party, the former communists, want her out, and she's thinking to found a new party because she thinks she can raise 5, 6, 7% and get back to the Bundestag on such a crazy platform.
So, worth highlighting. Excuse me. Worth highlighting is that a few weeks ago there was a big print on a right-wing conspiracy magazine which said Sarah Wagenknecht.
Compact,
Excellent. Was it? I think it was compact. Yeah, Sarah Wagenknecht, the right candidate for the far left and far right, and if basically compact, a really right-wing magazine like this says it, I think the horseshoe is going completed soon, sadly, or is already completed in the person of Sarah Wagenknecht.
That sounds lovely. I've been.
Yeah, and don't
sorry.
forget that communism and fascism came from Germany. Don't forget.
Yeah,
Slavoj
because
Žižek, a German philosopher, recently said Germany is #1 in exporting total nonsense.
yeah, well, you export a few other things too, luckily. So I think it
On
evens
political
out
theories.
somewhat. Yeah, okay.
On political theories, we are the only country, I say we, Germany is the only country that both has communism and fascism, by the way, in East Germany. And maybe that's why there's so many problems. Don't forget that.
Yeah, that's quite a track record, actually. I recently punished myself by reading the Communist Manifesto, and it really opened my eyes to a lot of things being said from the left, because they can always sugarcoat everything. Well, every party sugarcoats everything anyway, but they sugarcoat a bit too much, I think. And then I tried to read Mein Kampf too, but that's so poorly written that I can't get through the book.
Yes,
it's really badly written. So
it's kind of like awful Russian Telegram channels, right?
Oh yeah,
it's
exactly.
The content is appalling, as is the form. So it's really tough to get through any of that, and it's honestly best advisable to stay away.
Yeah.
Just a small comment. What I don't understand is judge not the parties and these politicians by what they want or what they say. Judge them by the factual history of what this regimes has resulted in. And German fascism has resulted in 100 million deaths around the Second World War, and communism has resulted in 100 million deaths. And both were the most obstructive, brutal police states that the world has generated. They were the most totalitarian system. Read Hannah Arendt. This is far more productive to read her. And judge them by their real history, by their deeds. And once you look at the deeds, there's no way that you can take this seriously. No way. None of the series make any sense, because they always ended in a genocidal police suppression state, period. And that's why I cannot understand how anybody can defend communism in any way, in the same way you can defend Nazism or all these extreme right-wing ideologies. Both ended in the massive human destruction in the history of the human race.
I agree, and that tells me also that Florian and me should have a beer sometimes and talk about these things.
Where do you live? In Finland?
Yeah, Finland.
Good.
Welcome anytime.
I'm often enough in Denmark, so I come closer to your region. I'm gonna have with all of you a beer who share this opinion, or even bring a good bottle of wine.
Excellent.
No, that's a plan. Thanks, Florian. I've got one little question for you, Florian, before we go on to Edvard. A few days ago, yesterday, maybe, possibly. Yes, yesterday. The friend of ours, friend of the MriyaReport, friend of yourself, I think, Victoria Wojcicka, was actually in the Swiss Parliament, visiting the Swiss Parliament, having a chat with some Swiss parliamentarians now that they're in session. Do you think that anything big can or might move in Switzerland as regards the other type of shipments to Ukraine, the type that isn't restricted by re-export restrictions to war zones, transformers, other infrastructure equipment to get the Ukrainian electrical frame network up to scratch once again, or at least more reliably repaired when struck by Russian terror bombings?
I said it before, I don't know the details. I think the money is now there. They have talked to the companies. I think things will get underway, but this will be done quietly. And this is where Switzerland is good at, really exporting things, having stuff, it's financed, and then we have a fairly efficient bureaucracy, like much better than the Germans. So I think, I don't know anything in the details. I don't work in a function for the state. I've never worked for them, so I don't know how the details work in Bern among the ministries. But I know the money has been allocated to the right department. They can spend the money, and I know they have been talking to the right companies. So I'm fairly sure things get moving now. But I don't know any of the details, nor is anything published, but I think it's done for good purpose. So that's why I don't know much more than that.
But do you think such a visit conversation can have good, a positive influence on things getting done?
Yes, yes. Because Switzerland is a very informal country on the other hand. So people talk to each other. Of course, there's formal stuff. And if you want something, you have to write formal procedures. But the real decisions are done in a mostly, we're a very consensual country where in informal talks, things are really then decided. And if you influence the right people, and I'm trying to influence the right people from the economic side who talk to the politicians, and I know some really, really big captains of finance and industry in Switzerland, and they listen and they talk to the politicians, but that is outside the media. And this is how decisions are then really made, because it's this is the way a smallish country works.
Yeah, decision made informally and then formalized and structured afterwards. Thank you very much,
plus we have this sort of type of working in discretion. Switzerland is not a place that will then bang on the media and say we have delivered 5 substations. We will not do that. And they may be delivered, they may be already there. Nobody has said it. So this discretion of things, keeping things quiet, it comes from our finance industry, comes from the way we deal in things. This is the way we work. So we're not very good at PR, nor does any tradition. So that's why if things are quiet, but I know the money is there, I'm quite confident things are moving.
Well, I hope they indeed have moved already. Thank you very much, Florian. Edvard, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Florian. And talking about bad on PR, Sweden, and the similarities between Switzerland and Sweden.
That's why you're confused so readily, right?
What's that, Domen?
That's why you're so often confused.
Yeah,
he's not an American.
No, it's funny to see the similarities, I think, between Sweden and Switzerland. The only difference is Switzerland, of course, has direct democracy, and so on. I just wanted to say 2 things. First, I guess I'm still, thinking about this. I'm sorry, Bernard. I can't get enough of the German left, right? But it's funny things evolve, because in Sweden the left is not like the left in Germany, and it has its historical reasons, I guess. So that's about that. I mean, in Sweden, for instance, the left, if they said they would, for instance, stop the migration to Sweden, I mean, the party would collapse, right? It would be like a cursing in the church. No, it would not work like that. But I have another thing also, Doma. I was listening to the brilliant Stefano Bottoni yesterday, and I want to plug it. It's on Spotify, the MriyaReport Spotify account. If you haven't listened to that, it's a must listen. I have to say that it's a must. It's so interesting. He talks about Viktor Orban and man, there's some dirty stuff in there. And I hope he comes back soon, Doman and Bianada, because he's really interesting and great to listen to. Yeah, thanks.
Oh yeah, he will be coming back, as far as I informed, because Ben said there will be a second lecture, and maybe we will do it on some kind of maybe loosely regular basis, as far as I am informed. Is it right, Doman?
Oh, certainly. And I think that would be his third. I think his first appearance never actually got Did his first appearance never get to Spotify for some reason? Well, whatever the reason might be, I'm sure it's purely technical one rather than a content one. But yeah, Professore Stefano Bottoni is absolutely wonderful at this. It really delved nicely in depth as to why Orban and why Orban be Orban. Some interesting, almost conspiracy theory type things to some people maybe, but if you have a grasp on how Russia does things, it really helps you out. Thank you, Edward, for noting that. It is one of the more recent episodes on the Spotify account, and definitely well worth a listen. Just like with Stefano Bottoni, we're in some conversation with getting Biljana Lilly back to talk a little bit more about Russian attitudes to cyber information warfare as well. These are very important components to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, both directly and indirectly, and it's always good to have inputs from, let's say, academics, practical academics like that. Florian?
Thank you. I have to listen to that. But I was recently listening to Bloodlands of Timothy Snyder. And there's a very interesting small paragraph on how the Soviet Union conducted its foreign policy in the 1930s. And he said, and that reminds me of today's Russia, and that ties into what you just said, is they conducted two types of foreign policy. One, the official one through diplomats and how state treaties, and the informal one through the Comintern and the communist parties they could influence. Russia is doing the same thing again. Mr. Orban or the AfD in Germany, see the coup attempt. They tried to coordinate that with Russia. Russia is essentially having two types of foreign policy. One is the official one, and the other one is through the parties they can influence, the money they can give to Mrs. Le Pen. They influence clearly the AfD. They have Mr. Orban in their pockets. So there is a second type of foreign policy that tries to kill democracy in Western Europe from within and tries to get rid of the European Union and all that. And that's exactly the same blueprint like the Comintern or Cominform from the 1930s. So it's the Stalinistic way of conducting foreign policy towards Europe. I just listened to it and it just fell from I really saw it, how it's a full continuation of the Soviet type policies today. Of course, with different means because there's different technologies and different ideologies, but it's exactly the same blueprint.
Oh, exactly. Anyone with any sort of historical context and historical awareness, the Russia of today is using a whole lot of approaches of the Soviet Union of yesterday. Not entirely the same, saying, oh, history always repeats itself. That's an oversimplification. If that were actually true, we would never have anything new. And clearly some of their approaches are new. But some of the approaches, some of the principles by which they operate, some of the types of things that they're minded to do. And this would, for example, include the Russian use of diplomats as spies, the Russian use of mass deportation as a method of colonialization, right? A lot of these are indeed very similar approaches to what they've used in the past, and they should not come as a surprise. People who now look and say, oh, we can't believe that Russia deported 2 million of Ukrainians from occupied territories. What do you mean you can't believe it? It's not like the predecessors haven't done it before. It's just a reversion to past practice, really, as much as it is anything else. And I think that specifically is very worthwhile remembering. Using either compromat, right, compromising materials or whatever else to influence other governments, which is what Professor Bottoni suggests might be going on with Orban specifically. Right? That shouldn't come as a surprise. It's not as though there isn't precedent for that. The same goes for the colonialist tendencies in Europe and elsewhere, right? To the base reasoning of why they're after Ukraine as well. So very, very, very much true, Florian. Very, very much true. Thank you for that.
But respect to Orban, I just wanted to say this with respect to Orban. Orban is a pawn in the game, similar to whatever the French communists were in the 1930s.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't agree more on that. Yeah, when you're not able to listen to the MriyaReport live, Florian, I warmly recommend you listen to what Professor.
I have to do that.
Yeah, it's only 1 hour. You can listen to it at 1.4 speed, and you're done with it in about 40 minutes. It's great. Thank you, Florian. Lunchtime. Go ahead.
Oh, that's quite funny. So I'm not the only one that does that then. I sort of watch things at slightly.
Can you talk faster, please?
Absolutely right. So here we go. Yes, well, really, it's funny. The topic you're both discussing, that it's a constant source of frustration to me that each time the subject of Russia comes up, it's as if Western media, certain Western media and certain Western commentators have zero memory or zero historical context and treat each new revelation as if it was a fresh imprint in virgin snow, rather than recalling the many times that Russia has done similarly shady and appalling stuff. I just popped on because I saw another fire in Russia. I've sort of taken it upon myself today to slightly celebrate these. This time it's in Siberia, and it's a tire factory in Russia. Hang on, where's the place? Barnaul. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but yeah. So another bit of Russia's on fire. So that's quite exciting. I also wondered. I noticed that Romania and Bulgaria have not been accepted into Schengen, and as we've talked about Romania quite extensively on the space, I wondered what opinions might be of this from our esteemed panelists.
Wow. I'll start. I'll pass it off to Florian in a second, because I know he has thoughts on this. But I will give you one little snippet. Romania, I'm being informed, has recalled its ambassador from Vienna because Austria was the one country that blocked Romanian accession to Schengen. I don't think Austria had very good reasoning for blocking Romania's accession to Schengen because Romania has actually fulfilled the formal requirements and has done so for a little while now. And the reasoning that they employed should have or would have excluded Croatia just as much as it did Romania. So it's a bad look. I think they did it entirely for domestic political purposes, and as I said, it's a bad look for them to have done so. I mean, Florian, what have you read in German language Austrian media?
Maybe it's good to listen to a Romanian voice. We have enough of them, Iona and Anda and so on.
Right. Maybe do you want us to start with Ioana and then move on to what you?
I think what you said is correct. It's right-wing Austrian dump fault politics. I was really angry reading that. But wasn't also the Netherlands blocking it?
Oh, the Netherlands released it. I think they were blocking Bulgaria, but not Romania.
I missed that. But it's pure Austrian racism. And I don't know if Romania is formally fulfilling it, or if there are real problems in Romania in guarding its border. I have no clue. But especially given the times we're in, it's a very bad showing of lack of European solidarity. I was really thinking they cannot think any step further than the damn domestic local politics.
Ioana, what are your thoughts on it?
Thank you, Doman. So the idea is that we kind of expected this. We had a lot of problems for the last 11 years. All the conditions were fulfilled, but there were motives and motives. So now really it doesn't matter if it's 11 or 12 or 13 years. The idea is that it's wrong. there was no reasons to reject this ascension of Romania in the Schengen space. The motives that were given were really incorrect, and they can be attacked and decomposed and explained why they are incorrect. It's not a problem with the migration. It's not a problem with the borders. It's not a problem with the airports. There is no problem, in fact. It's just a decision that is arbitrary and is taken really by a really small part of the government of Austria, because the other parties are okay with Romania and Bulgaria being in Schengen, and even inside the conservative party of Myanmar, or how do you pronounce it? Not all the party has the same opinion. So I'm wondering if it's personal. I'm wondering if it's just a personal decision. And if it is even wronger. The idea now is not to blame Austria, not to blame Croatia for being in Schengen. It's very good that Croatia is in Schengen. And Austria is a country, it's not to blame. We really want not to be bitter, because people are like thinking we will boycott the Austrian banks, which are very important in Romania, Raiffeisen and Erste BCR. They are very important. Even I have an account at one of them. So people are talking about boycotting this, but the banks issued some statements, the banks in Romania, saying that they are not agreeing with this decision and this affects their operations also, and they are not content with the position that Austria took in this matter. Also, there are people that say that we are going to boycott, the holidays in Austria, in Vienna, on the ski. Well, we can do that. We can do that, but it won't matter a lot. Also, there are people that say, okay, we will boycott the products. Farner and Red Bull, for example, Red Bull is still operating in Russia. So we can do that, but it won't matter. The idea is that this meeting could have been ended with, like, not with a full stop. They could have said, okay, we'll discuss tomorrow. It will be another meeting. We can talk about partial measures. We can talk about integration of airports in Schengen and not the land borders and so on. But they really did stop it like this. And this is kind of, frustrating. I really do hope that in a few days, when there will be another European meeting, they will kind of try to find a solution, because it doesn't matter if it's 1st of January, it can be 2024, it can be at another time, but we should send a message that Europe is united, and no country takes decisions like this, arbitrary and without reasons, against the common will of Europe. Because what makes Austria now different from Hungary, for example? Because this decision is also important, even if it's just for travel or for trade. It's also important to show that Europe is united, and we should stand together, because finally this decision really helps Putin in his narratives that Europe is weak and fractured, and well, people are not going well together in Europe. Well, sorry for my rant. I'm done.
No, that's good. Thanks, Joanna. We can leave it to one Romanian input here this way. But what I want to highlight is, especially in the context of Romania having been behaving very responsibly when it came to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, being the second most important logistics hub for Ukrainians on their borders, right? It probably hurts additionally, especially in the context when Austria hasn't been the most willing helper. And yes, they have this whole neutrality, we're not the NATO excuse, but at the end of the day, of the EU countries, Romania has definitely been among the more helpful ones and the more steadfast ones when it comes to the help to Ukraine in averting the Russian invasion, and that probably hurts additionally when it's Austria standing against. I will quickly pass it first to Wisniewski to demolish the Austrian position on this, which at least I'm presuming he's going to do this, and then to Anda for some more Romanian input, and then we can probably move on from this, having thoroughly demolished the Austrian approach to it. Or am I wrong, Wisniewski?
You're completely wrong. Why is there all this Austria bashing on a Friday morning? I can't understand this. Why does everyone hate us? No. So let me let me actually bash Austria a bit more. So I think the big problem is in Austria that the ÖVP, which is responsible for this shameful decision or this shameful blockade, this party is currently in disarray and struggling for everything. So we had the government with Kurz. It basically fell apart. This party partially broke apart because of one corruption scandal that followed the other. And now it's kind of like a leftover of Kurz team that continues Kurz strategy, which is fishing a tiny bit in the right-wing pond, so to say, to keep voters that between conservative and between more right-wing. And to me, it appears that that is one of the roots of the problem at the moment, that they struggle to stay relevant, they struggle to kind of like have a strategy, and it's utter and complete chaos. That's my perception. The argument around refugee and immigration, I mean, it's pretty much bullshit, right? Because where do refugees come? The illegal refugees come from. They come from Serbia. They come via Hungary. Absolutely not via Romania, right? Or Bulgaria in this case. So it's just like a fake argument. And I think that fake argument is to cater towards internal politics. At the moment, unfortunately, this party is a tiny bit dysfunctional, and therefore it has these utterly bad consequences. What we really need is re-election in Austria to fix this issue with that party. And I think ÖVP will then go on to some, how I don't know how to say it in English, like Ersatzbank, right, on the bench for people who need to watch the game for a while. Yeah, I can not do more than apologize to Romanians, apologize to Bulgaria for my part in responsibility in having voted conservative in the past in Austria. So you can beat me with a stick for it, but I think it's mostly internal problems. And in this case, I think it's not compromise. While it helps Putin, while it certainly helps Putin and Russia at this time to have not a united Europe, and while it's stupid of Austria to not have considered it, I think there is no compromise behind it, but it's really a dysfunctional ÖVP in Austria at the moment.
Thank you, Fancy Pants. Anda?
Just some quick points because they are relevant. It's not just the fact that they showed Europe is not united. It's actually hurting the exact people who are helping Ukraine at this point. What do I mean by that? The narrative shaping up right now is Romania's foreign minister of affairs is not focusing on what is important. They are not getting results for Romania. Iohannis is not a competent president. He's not minding our business. He's minding other people's business. And actually, this is hurting Ukraine on many other fronts because it gives life to anti-Ukrainian voices in Romania. So that is actually that was a very, very stupid thing for them to do. Not just they are not helping Ukraine because they are independent, but they are actually hurting the people who actually help Ukraine, right? And actually these two, like the foreign minister of affairs, and our president were pretty decent during this war, right? I actually liked how our foreign minister of affairs managed all other aspects, especially regarding the war, especially regarding other aspects of Romania. And I really think he's doing his job like really good, really, really good. And I'm really disappointed by this by this choice of Austria. I'm also disappointed in Holland. They changed their mind, so they were like a ping pong with Austria. Like, let's see who is going to veto who for the last month or something like that. Because if you check the newspapers, like 3 weeks back, Holland was the Netherlands, right? They were the only country opposing Romania at that point. So Austria came with this idea that the immigrants in Austria are from Romania, which is absolutely bull. And yeah, I'm really pissed. So I'm really, really pissed. I was pissed last night. I managed not to touch this subject because while I was co-hosting, because I thought it was not proper for me as a co-host to drive this subject, but I'm really pissed about it. Also, I would like to point out 2 other things which are important. Not only the fact that it is seen that the ambassador in Vienna didn't do a good job, right? And he has to come back basically with shame. Because
Is he just coming back for consultations, or is he being recalled altogether?
I will check if he's recalled for good and exchanged with another. I don't have that info right now. What I know for sure is that the Austrian ambassador in Romania is being summoned at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs today, like this morning. And he's been summoned like yesterday was the first thing that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs did. I don't think they pushed this idea, this vote, without having some reassurance that things will go well, because we knew from months we had some opposition. It's also a point of contrition with Bulgaria, because there were some reports that the votes against us, we were as a package, right? Us with Bulgaria, we are the last one standing. When you pick up the guys who come to play with your team, you know, they are always the last 2, and we were as a package for the team, and we were left out. And it was recorded here that the vote with the no from was with a sneer, with a smile and a sneer. And I kind of want to check that out, but if it checks out, yeah. And yesterday I posted, and this is what I'm doing today. I'm closing the accounts I have at the Austrian bank, and I'm moving to another. Not the Holland one, by the way. And yeah, I am really pissed about this. This is not how you do. This is not how you treat friends or people who actually try to do something. So yeah.
Just hope it's not OTP under, because that one's Hungarian now. I think that the biggest question here now will be, you know, how it looks like for how the voting looks like in the European Council going forward for the money for Hungary, right? Because if this didn't come through, but now whomever it is in the European Council decides to push to unfreeze the financing for Hungary at the same time, that won't look good at all, and that will add insults to injury, or well, insults to injury for the Romanians as well, and that would look extra doubly, triply, quadruply awful. So let's hope at least that doesn't go forward. All right. Well, thank you, Anda. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Wisniewski. Thank you, Claudia. Let's go on. I think Nale was the next one up. Nale, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a bit puzzled about this Schengen stuff and how Austria can be act in this manner, because that's not any way to treat your friends, right? So I think many politicians in Europe should really get their act together and be like a bit more united in stuff. And of course, if you have a real reason to block somebody in Schengen, you should be able to do that too. But apparently there is no reason. So thanks, Austria, for being Orban in another country.
I mean, I will say I don't think it's as bad.
you.